go. Click OK, and then we'll call it done. Yeah, it's in there. The little gears next to it. Yeah. Test, 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 test. Speaking loudly, speaking loudly. Okay, that's it. Did we do it? Did you do it? Give me a hug. Oh my God.
We got it. I'm gonna go start the music.
Yep.
For 1 o'clock on the coast.
Yep. Where'd you share it to again?
Atlanta Mushroom Festival.
Mushroom Festival.
Yep. I didn't. Yeah, I mean that's the program I operated through. There it is.
And then how do I?
I think it is up at the top. Right? Oh, looks like it. And then is that
There
gonna?
we go. It works. Da, 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 da. So this is back, up is back, down is forward, laser pointer, and then here's the mic. So I pointed the camera right here. You can kind of see your box is pretty much from the edge of this screen, and you can see on the big screen. So right here, no one, anything past here, no one will see you, and then up to here, you're covered. So me, if I sneak in, I'll be just out of focus. But the audio is being captured through the microphone, so you kind of have to use the mic and so that people can see it.
All right.
But you are good to go, my friend. Okay, thank you so much, everybody, for coming and participating in the Atlanta Mushroom Festival. I got my good friend, Matthew Rader, goes by Mateo. We've been growing mushrooms together for, God knows, 7, 8, 9 years, something wild. First person I ever met that was cultivating and really trying to start a business doing it. And we've been friends ever since. He moved out to Colorado. He came all the way from Carbondale to be here today to teach everyone about lion's mane mushrooms and about the differences between all of the qualities of supplements that are out there. So I'm so excited to have all of you here. Thank you so much. And I'm going to pass the mic over.
Thanks.
I'm going to click record.
Oh, cool. Thank you, Paul. Awesome. I'm a man. Okay, I am Mateo Rader. I've been dedicated to lion's mane mushrooms for about 12 years. And what we have here is the Wild West Showdown via lion's manes. A lot of this information will be pertinent to mushroom supplements in general because it's kind of the same industry, but my main focus is lion's manes due to its cognitive enhancing effects. Let's see. Oh. And now we lost connectivity. Uh-oh. Is Paul still in earshot?
So it's not forwarding?
Correct.
And it won't work on the keyboard?
Does not appear to do so. Well, want, technical difficulties. Okay, so lion's mane mushroom is one of the only mushrooms, one of the only foods that helps your brain and nervous system repair and grow by a variety of mechanisms. It's pretty outstanding how involved it is in neuronal and bacteriological health. I guess we could call that the gut microbiome. I learned a lot putting together this presentation, and one of my biggest new interests now is the gut microbiome. Possibly you've heard about it, possibly not. I'm sure you have heard that we are more bacterial cells than we are human cells, and that is true. Our gut is the access point for our nutrition, and taking these mushroom supplements, not only lion's mane, shiitake, maitake, appear to be among the highest performers of microbiota enhancement, but they lay down, I'd say, a surface area where your healthy microbes can link onto and anchor and run their operations from a comfortable space where they're supposed to be in appropriate concentrations, ideally, in your body. This guy decided to quit.
Okay, well, I guess so. There you go.
What'd you click on? How'd you do that?
Okay, it's working again.
It's working again. Okay.
I don't know.
You have the touch.
Technology.
Yep. I have a weird magnetism, apparently. It works on some people, doesn't work on devices all the time. All right, goals and objectives of this talk and my particular research putting together this presentation. To understand the intricacies of biological functions in order to assist the body's natural balance, that's the microbiota. To define methods for getting out of the way of our own self-repair and limit the degradation of what has painstakingly been bioassembled. Our bodies are factories of amino acids, esters, all kinds of super complex pieces and protein snippets. And if we can get out of the way of the genius of our body, health and homeostasis are essentially guaranteed through diet and lack of exercise and a couple of other things we will get into. We stress our balance and precipitate diseases and imbalance of all types. We're also establishing the efficacy of functional mushrooms and their unique brand of regenerating homeostasis, and to communicate findings and suggest tactics to enhance the biome of the self. Because we are not just ourselves, we are an entire ecosystem. So the Showdown series, we're going to cover, some of the most controversial topics in mycology, whether mycelium or fruit body is best for medicine making, alcohol and water as extractive solvents, powders versus liquids, if there's a magic bullet, and then we'll get into why. I am 42 years old, I'm a Libra, single, 28 years working on mushrooms, 14 years farming, 12 years cultivating, 5 years extracts, and really all I've ever made is extract because the powder stuff is way trickier, turns out. Lion's mane, Hersium erinaceus, 34 different species whose compound profile is greatly determined by strain, supplementation, and environment. There's over 240 primary and secondary metabolites that are working in the body to do all kinds of bodily functions. Oxidases, precursors, inhibitory enzymes, biocatalytic compounds, everything working together to balance and neutralize oxidation. All compounds identified have a supportive or antioxidative activity in mammals. Not only in mammals and fish and insects. There's mushroom extracts being fed to beehives to kind of as a vaccine against varroa mites. Beta-glucans are kind of the hot topic with mushrooms. This is what everybody, I guess this is what all manufacturers are referencing these days, is how much beta-glucan is in their product. Turns out a lot of beta-glucans come from the starch that the mushroom mycelium was grown on, so perhaps that powdered coffee mushroom supplement is not as potent as you would like for it to be. Definitely better than taking nothing, but we'll get into why certain methods are more potent than others. These beta-glucans inhibit immunomodulatory effect, promote nerve growth synthesis, they're heat tolerant, which is good for production. They're complex and large, meaning they can break down into so many different functional pieces and parts to help with those different essences of the body that require so much chemistry. They're found in mycelium and fruit. They reduce the pH of the gut, which helps proliferate beneficial bacteria, and they are free radical scavenging, meaning they complete ions that are floating around incomplete throughout the body, and if they land in the wrong place, they can certainly cause damage. These polysaccharides are also found in algae, aloe vera, rice bran, lotus root, barley. Those are all good, including the Saccharomyces, that's the beer yeast, has super high in beneficial polysaccharides. The maltodextrin is a super common product in foods as kind of a flow agent slash holding on of seasoning onto your Doritos. They're in a lot of foods, and a lot of companies are including that number in their overall polysaccharide or beta-glucan count. Something you can't really identify without having advanced lab testing. So our first showdown here is fruit versus mycelium. The fruit bodies are able to produce more biomass and therefore produce more volume of extractable chemistry. They seem to have more neuroprotective compounds. So there's been a long-standing argument. Everybody's basically screaming the loudest about mushroom fruit bodies being the more beneficial compounds because that's what traditional Chinese medicine has been focused on for this whole long. But traditional medicine has not had the ability to produce mycelium in laboratory amounts, and with that sterility that is afforded by laboratory style. So the conversation has become moot, and really it comes down to what you're trying to treat. Mycelium has many compounds found that are not found in the fruiting body, various polyphenols, esters, lipids, flavonoids, which are all biocatalysts to myelin growth. The myelin sheath on your axons in your brain and nervous system are a lot like the copper wires in your electrical system in your house. There's the hard wire in the middle, and then there's the sheath. So diets and habits and life choices allow that myelin sheath to degrade, leaving your hard wires exposed and susceptible to oxidation and damaging chemicals like glyphosate and who knows what else might be in the water and or food. So the fruit seems to have more neuroprotective compounds that neutralize these pesticides and chemicals from the degradation, but they don't so much support growth. Whereas the mycelium seems to have more of a neurogenerative profile of compounds where they do help grow the nerve tissue more on a more permanent, established basis. Alcohol versus water. Many people So I make lion's mane extract, a liquid culture. I'm sorry, liquid tincture. That is the easiest way for me to make it as potent as possible and not get super fancy with the spray drying and extraction methods, or I should say the finishing methods of the product to make a nice powder that flows into capsules. There's lots of oils in lion's mane mushroom, so if I were to dry it without all the fancy equipment, it would just become kind of a sludge that would then oxidize and lose a lot of its diversity. Alcohol then pulls many compounds that are not soluble in water, and then it's doubling as a preservative in the tincture bottle and not allowing the oxidation of these, I don't want to say minute, but they are really small and in varying potencies, or I should say concentrations, in the final product. Then water also pulls out the beta-glucans and things that don't come out in the water. So that's why you have both in a liquid tincture. Powder versus liquid. This has been on my mind for a while, so I'm grateful for the opportunity to put this slide presentation together and clarify things for myself at least. Like I said, alcohol preserves the volatile constituents, many of which are aromatic compounds, meaning if you can smell them, they're leaving the extract. They're no longer in stasis in the fluid. They're literally floating around in space and just going away. So the alcohol helps kind of hold those in and preserve them from being oxidized from the oxygen in the water, oddly enough. Tinctures also, well, we just got that. Let's see, fast acting. A lot of these compounds are super, super small, so they easily are absorbed through the mucosa in the mouth and throat. And the alcohol, believe it or not, helps with that transition through your mucosa because we are so good at absorbing alcohol. Many companies use flow agents or anti-caking compounds to contribute to the overall beta-glucan count. Maybe half the powder is rice, maybe half the powder is oats. How can you know? Again, you can't know without advanced testing that no one is going to afford on their products. So what it comes down to is ideally knowing who's producing your products. Maybe you can shoot them an email, ask for a certificate of analysis. If they won't provide a certificate of analysis, then you're dealing with somebody who's hiding behind a bunch of marketing. They're not to say their product is garbage, but there's an ocean of mycelium and mushroom fruit body products out there, so might as well find somebody who's willing to communicate and stand behind their statements. Is there a magic bullet? There is no magic bullet. Our choices, our habits, our ingredients that we put into our body are basically what we are made out of. No one mushroom is going to heal you. No one therapy, no one habit is going to make those myelin sheaths grow back. It's all a matter of your decisions through life and what you're allowing to be exposed to your sensitive chemistry. Over 20,000 proteins are involved in our body's functions. Over 20 different amino acids produce those proteins. Multiple sequences of action to complete the physical machine. Insanely intricate situation we have in these biomachines we call human bodies. Complexity is staggering. If we're not absorbing our minerals and micronutrients, then we have an incomplete scaffolding, and these proteins and amino acids can't form their full form. So that's where we get disease that historically have not really been an issue. But our soil is so depleted from micronutrients and metals, believe it or not, we need in our body, not necessarily an overabundance of heavy metals, but we need a variety of metals and minerals. So it really comes down to our gut microbiome as our first line of defense against pathogenic intrusion and nutrient onboarding. If we don't have enough surface area in our guts, we don't have enough cell signaling to absorb and access the nutrition that we're putting into our bodies. And this is where my research led. A week ago, I wasn't this big into microbiome and the importance of prebiotics. But now, after studying and putting this together, it is absolutely imperative to address your gut health and therefore your brain and nervous system and lymph health. So prebiotics. The mushroom polysaccharides are molecular keys that enhance communication signals between beneficial gut biota to maintain homeostasis. These prebiotics break down into fractions that assist a cascade of cellular function. In turn, the native bacteria and beneficial microbes exhibit enhanced functioning from the metabolites of the polysaccharides. Those bacteria structurally complete the intestinal habitat, including the lining, which is absolutely imperative to have full and healthy, to have more surface area and resistance. And then from those guys doing their thing, we get secondary metabolites, or short-chain fatty acids, which find more niches through the blood flow, the lymph, and nervous system. They go through the entire body, but only if they've been broken down and reassembled and accessed where they need to via our gut microbiome. Our mood, pathogen resistance, cognitive presence, and self-image largely rely on the health of our microbiome. So if we're depressed from lack of a complete scaffolding, then we're more likely to eat and drink and expose ourselves to toxins. So some solutions, most of which are free. Laughter precipitates release of endorphins, enhancing mood and general health. Novelty, turns out, activates the hippocampus and amygdala, therefore stimulating neuroplasticity and learning. So just visiting a new place and enjoying new scenery gives you apparently a 30-minute window of enhanced neuroplasticity where it's easier to learn things. And then we're relating those new things with the place, and anytime we think about it, we get dopamine. But it's endogenous dopamine, so we're not compromising our sensitivity to experiences like we would be with substances, for example. Exercise is crucial. Stimulates lymph movement, promotes oxygenation of the circulatory system, promotes better sleep for enhanced healing. While we're asleep, our bodies are healing themselves. Our nervous system in particular is flushing out any unused proteins or amino acids or enzymes that were not used. Also, bits and pieces that are metabolites of other systems in the body. If we're having poor sleep, we are not able to clear out our brains, and then there are all these little ionic components that can create havoc and oxidation where they shouldn't be. Sleep is crucial. Diet supplies a base chemistry for over 20,000 biochemical processes, largely dependent on the gut microbiota. So supplement wisely. Take a blood test. Take a poo test, find out what the state of the union is, and that will heavily influence your direction for what supplements you should take. And of course, sleep. Brain and gut receptor sites, everything's repairing as long as it's communicating and able to out with the old, in with the new. Throughout one day, the average person, 35,000 decisions. So if we are wise in our decision making and present with our decision making, we will hopefully and ideally limit the amount of contamination that's in our diet, choosing what we eat, when we eat it, I didn't make a slide for it, but intermittent fasting, that is not eating for a 12-hour window, and that can include while you sleep. So 8 hours of that sleep, or 8 hours of that not eating is while you're asleep, so it's not a big deal. It's just early dinner, late breakfast, gets you to 12 plus hours of not eating. That gives your body time to out with the old, in with the new, and your systems can regulate. Old cells get to be digested and reabsorbed. Those amino acids get to be reused in various parts of the body, and they're not taking up space and gumming up the works. You are your own best friend or your own worst enemy, depending on the decisions we make. Let's see. We exist in a continuum made up of the consequences of our choices. So, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Any questions? No questions. Everybody knows all this stuff. Yes, sir. Yes, my extractions are with ethanol and distilled water. I have a booth out here. I'll be selling these tinctures from mushrooms that I cultivate. So entire chain of command or chain of custody is in my hands, and it works. I have not. I am curious about getting into sonication. Seems to be a good direction to go. Yes, ma'am. So the question is, okay, should you boil your extraction? I wouldn't recommend boiling at all. If you boil lion's mane in particular, you're going to lose a lot of the flavonoids and just kind of these aromatic compounds I was discussing that can just evaporate. So, well, maybe just keep it under 145 degrees. That's what I've been doing. It seems to be working. Fahrenheit, yep. Yeah, the polysaccharides will survive boiling. In a lot of these studies, they were boiling for 4 to 8 hours, but they're only focused on the polysaccharides. So if you want the 70 plus other things, you got to keep the temps low. Yes, yes, ma'am. Substrate ratio is the master's mix, 50% hardwood fuel pellets and 50% organic soybean hulls. For hardwood in general. I live in Colorado, so we don't have a lot of diversity in hardwood trees, so I'm actually ordering bags from Michigan. It's the only place that had the organic soybean hulls. So lion's mane's pretty easy. They'll grow on just about anything, including pine, from what I've been reading. Gonna have to experiment with that some more. So it really comes down to supplementation, your nitrogen carbon ratio, and they'll just do their thing given the right environment. You're welcome. Yes, sir. Oh, they're relatively easy. I hesitate because there's a lot of steps. There's the lab petri dish side, and then there's the substrate side. So substrate to fruit is about 2 months, but there's a lot of good literature on that already. I could definitely recommend Trad Cotter's book, the Paul Stamets books. Oh, okay. Oh, you got the book on the table. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Got some books for reference. The Trad Cotter book is top notch. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Let's see. For the tinctures, what is the best alcohol percentage? I'm reducing it down to about 30% because I don't filter my tincture, so I'm trying to leave as much of the good stuff in there. A lot of the industry industry standards is to filter out all the precipitate in order to enhance shelf life. But they're also filtering out tons of good stuff that's just settling in the bottom. So I'm going for a little bit higher percentage of the alcohol to preserve it. But I also read that 80% ethanol was the best ratio for extraction, but that may have been like for a particular subset of compounds, so don't quote me on that. Oh, well, I mean, I guess to answer your other question, I'm using 95% ethanol. I would use 100% if I could get it, because the water that's in the alcohol frac portion is going to react and kind of complicate the alcohol extraction, because you're kind of sending conflicting messages, trying to pull two different types of compounds out at the same time. So it would be ideal to go 100% alcohol and then just water and then mix those two. Yes, sir. Not recommended to eat it raw. You probably could until you can't. Your body might develop a sensitivity to it. There's chitin is basically the building structure of mushrooms, which is the same material as like a crab shell or an insect exoskeleton. So very hard substance. So cooking it breaks down that chitin layer and allows absorbability or access to those compounds. You probably will lose some of the flavonoids and phenolic compounds that would just evaporate, but you're getting all the polysaccharides and enough of the good juju to help your brain and nervous system. Here's a quick cooking tip. This is good for all mushrooms. You want to start with a dry saute, no oil in the pan, chipped up or sliced mushrooms, salted with the lid on. You're going to steam the mushrooms, and you want to cook them in their own moisture for as long as possible. They'll try to stick to the pan, but you can just keep turning them with the lid on, and then when they really start trying to stick to the pan, then you hit them with the oil and get them to saute to, I'd take them like half an hour to golden brown. Flavor-wise, I think that's the best. And it doesn't seem like you're going to lose too much. A lot of these compounds are very sturdy. All right. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Yield-wise, I mean, probably the bags, but it really comes down to your business model and what you have access to. For my own self, bags for sure, because I don't have much hardwood to work with. And then the logs you have to harvest while the trees are dormant, so it's a seasonal thing, having logs that are appropriate for cultivation. Yes, sir? I have not, but that is certainly a thing. I'd read a variety of recipes that have different ingredients for targeting specific compounds in that mycelium for the study. So I'm super interested in that. I'm thinking about taking part of my time into exploring that, which will require testing, because otherwise you're just shooting into the dark and hoping for the best, which probably works, but it would be nice to know what and why and how. Good question. All right. Thanks a lot.
So how many people are going to stay for
believe so.
I just need the, okay.
To Atlanta Mushroom Market or Atlanta Mushroom Festival?
I think it's festival maybe? It was whatever you've been emailing people out.
Probably the festival then. Sam Landez, ba-boom. Let's go. Here's one,
That's the first one.
and then here is the second one. I'm sure you did not give me a virus.
No, I did not give you that.
I'm just messing with you.
But,
The technology's like, are you sure?
But don't ask me to kiss you, then I might.
All good.
Is your wife here? Does she come?
She is about. She is around here somewhere. Okay.
Come on.
You can do it. Oh. Oh, it's on that screen. That's why I'm so confused. Okay.
We're doing an oyster bag workshop.
A disc cultivation for shiitake?
That's second.
Second one. Okay, awesome. Here you go. So what we'll do,
And that's kind of auxiliary if we have to.
so what we'll do is we'll make this the live.
Yeah.
And then what you can do is you can just drag this over and then just flip this little guy down here in the bottom and that'll make it full screen.
Okay.
Yep. And then
So do we click on it now to make it full screen?
I'm going to bring it back over here and see what I need to click.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
I don't. Why did it? Oh wait, open with Google Slides.
That looks full screen to me.
Okay, and then
Play from start.
where's play from start?
Will it just move forward? Because I'm used to it just being in PowerPoint.
Well, I'm not sure why it's not in PowerPoint.
Right.
Because when it gave me the option, okay, here we go, download. There we go. You've got to be kidding me, PowerPoint. Like, what are you doing? Okay, Sam. Yes, sir. I hear you.
Show me the button.
You got down is forward, and then up is backwards.
Okay. And then
So, and all of the audio is going through the microphone. So for the live stream, you got to talk through the microphone if that's okay. Think we're good to go? Hey, everybody. How are you? So good to see you again. Thank you so much for coming. Oh, well, you know me, I always try to come dressed to impress. I don't want people confused as to who the mushroom guy is. It's like, who's that guy in the mushroom suit? Hey, my name's Paul. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for coming. We are so excited to have you. I'm going to introduce to you Sam Lendez from the Mushroom Club of Georgia. He is going to be giving an amazing workshop on how to cultivate oyster mushrooms without using any sterile technique, which is kind of a big deal because usually with sterile technique, you need all sorts of equipment and a little bit of luck on your side in the hopes that things don't go awry. But with this technique, it just rock and rolls, and you should be able just to cultivate oyster mushrooms straight out of these bags using the newspaper cat litter. That's pretty awesome. And yeah, I will give the floor back to Sam. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. And I'll break up these oyster bags for you.
Oh, great. Thank you. I've got about 40 of those little plastic containers. Hopefully, everyone who has one, who wants to do one, has a container. If not, we'll see about sharing, or maybe can do a second round, just depending on our timing. But I am Sam Landis, Treasurer, Membership Coordinator. Hey, David, they're back there. For the Mushroom Club of Georgia. We have our little booth set back there with a lot of books that you can check out and information about the club. And feel free to ask me any questions. And we lead walks, usually twice a month, March through November. We do workshops in January and February. We're doing shiitake log workshops. So you can drill and grow just like that log that's over there on the counter. And we're also going to be bringing some Joleigh Beeler from Ohio, or from Oregon, to do a dyeing workshop using wool and silk. Hey, Frank. Okay. If we may not have enough empty tubs for everyone, so you might, maybe if you're in a couple or a throuple, you can share. But this is a really easy technique, and my wife came up with the name of Just Add Water because it's kind of almost that easy. And we'll go through a little bit of how this got developed, and then we'll start doing it. So these are the oyster mushrooms that you're going to be growing. And this little thing here we call pinning, and that's when they just start sticking their little heads out of the bag. And they can go from this size to this size in about 3 days. And you should get mushrooms within 3 weeks. It'll be 3 to 3.5. And this gives you just an idea of how plentiful they can be. And this was developed by a friend of ours from the Puget Sound Mycological Society named Milton Tam, who's a retired microbiologist who lived in Seattle, and he worked on developing technology for third world countries that could be used easily and not break down. And he's a mushroom guy. So he grew different mushrooms. And this is Milton right there. And he was at the pet store one day getting kitty litter because he has cats. And he saw this particular brand of kitty litter, which we'll talk about, yesterday's news, and all it is recycled newspaper. So they just take the newspaper, grind it up, put it in a hot slurry, which actually sterilizes it, and then they send it through the little tubes to make the pellets. And first, to alleviate everyone else's concerns, most inks in newspapers, probably the last 15 years, are soy-based inks. They aren't using any kind of lead-based or any other kind of inks. So you don't have to worry about those. So he was walking through the pet store, and he saw that kitty litter, and he said, hey, that's just cellulose. I mean, it's just paper, which was a tree, and mushrooms love to eat cellulose. So why don't I try using that as a substrate? So he took it home and put it in a bag. And one of the things, it's later in the slideshow, but I'm going to do it now anyway, is if you see professional growers, they often have oyster mushrooms hanging from long tubes from the ceiling with holes punched in them so that the mushrooms grow out of the different tubes. So Milton gets home and says, okay, I'm not going to do a big tube from the ceiling. What do I have that's kind of tube-shaped? And then he realized he had something that came every day. It was his newspaper, and this is the newspaper sleeve. And it's just a perfect size, perfect shape, and it's a good way to reuse it. So he added water to his mix, fooled around with different proportions, added some spawn, put it in his bag. And, you know, you can see the mycelium growing. Took a while. Eventually he got some nice mushrooms. So then he was back at the store. Oh, first I have to tell you a sad story. About a year and a half to 2 years ago, went to the pet food store because I was going to get some more yesterday's news because we're doing another workshop, and the shelves were bare. And I talked to the people there, and they're like, oh, Purina has discontinued making yesterday's news. So, of course, immediately my wife and I got in the car and drove around to all the outer suburbs pet food stores to see if we could find some. We still have 4.5 bags at home. But mushroom growers and cat owners really liked this. And so this is a 30-pound bag, and it goes for about $20 at the pet food store. There were people selling these on eBay for like $45 and $50. So my wife, Cornelia, and I, Cornelia is the president of the club, we then started auditioning kitty litter, because there are a bunch of other kitty litters out there that are recycled paper. But some of them have like a lot of baking soda in them, or some of them have other ingredients. So we probably tried about 6 different kinds of recycled paper kitty litters until we picked this one, which I'll pick up and show you guys in a minute. It's called Exquisicat, and it is the PetSmart home brand. So that's the only place you can get it is PetSmart. But anyway, there we go. So he came back to the store, and he was walking through getting some more stuff for his cats, and he noticed guinea pig food. And he said, that's basically alfalfa, which is lots of nitrogen. Mushrooms really like nitrogen. It helps them grow. So then he kind of changed up his formula a little bit and started adding some guinea pig food to add additional food for the mycelium. And then he started getting mushrooms in 2.5, 3 weeks. So, you know, if you do the shiitake log, which is really great, you're going to get shiitakes in anywhere from usually 9 to 12 months. So 3 weeks is pretty nice. And there are different kinds of spawn. You can get spawn that's grown just on sawdust, because that's what they start with after they do the liquid cultivation. They put the samples in the sterilized sawdust. But then they'll change it and grow it and put it into bags, grain bags. These are usually wheat berries. You can use a few other kinds of grains. And we have found, one, we have really good success with the mushrooms grown on grain. But two, one of the fun things is once you make your bag, it's going to be solid brown. It's not going to be white because it's just kind of that, stuff that's wet. But you'll see the little bits of grain sticking on the sides of your bag, which have the mycelium on them. Within 24 hours, you're going to see little strands of mycelium growing from each piece of grain. And within 2 weeks, your bag is going to be solid white. And so it's a much more fun, visceral experience having those little pieces of grain in there. And pretty much the only time that we had a failure on this was we used sawdust spawn, and we used it from a different grower than we usually do. And everybody's bag got the trichoderma, which is the green mold on it. So we had to replace everybody's bag, or we didn't have to, we did replace everybody's bag. But other than that, I mean, we have like a 99.9% success rate for growing your own mushrooms. And they just keep coming in. Woo! Well, a lot of it's going to be hands-on and not as much talking. And I know Paul said be ready for 30 people. I think I have 40 containers. So what we're going to do is everybody who just walked in, you're going to get the pleasure of watching other people make the bags. But then depending on our time, we might be able to reuse some of the things and give you a chance to make some, because we have plenty of spawn and plenty of substrate, and we've got a loose box hanging over there. It's up a bit. So, and on your tables, in front of you, you've got your plastic container, you've got a spoon. Not everybody, we don't have enough spoons and things to go around, so just like kindergarten, you're going to have to share. And then the little plastic cups are great funnels that we'll show you. Hi, Athena. Sorry, you're perfect. And I do want to say that we've probably got 7, 8, 9 Mushroom Club of Georgia members here. So you can also ask them questions, and they'll be happy to tell you how awesome the club is also. And I do have my cards over there that you can either take or take a picture of to visit our website. Joining the club is really easy. It's just click on join, and then you do the PayPal thing. And I'm happy after this is done to be back over in the corner talking about the club. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to set the mic down. So this is our bag, Exquisite Cat, and you're more than welcome. We'll have it sitting so you can come take a picture of the bag. Wow. Technology's amazing. It's kind of heavy, isn't it?
It is. It's a workout.
So what we're going to do is So we are putting the kitty litter in the bowls, and we have 1 cup measures. So what we're going to do is I'll just start randomly picking tables. Don't feel picked on. And it's easier for people to come up, but thank you for the offer. That was very generous of you. So you're going to come up, grab your container, and you've got the little recipe in front of you. So you're going to take 3 cups of the kitty litter, and then we have pre-measured here 2.5 cups of water. You're going to pour the water just on top of the kitty litter, come back to where you're sitting, and you can use your spoon or your fingers. You're slowly going to mix it around because it'll take a good 10 to 15 minutes for it to really fully absorb all the water. And I could see you're jumping ready to go. So we can have up to 3 at a time because we've got 2 cups here and a cup here. So come fill your things and get some water, please. You can leave your plastic bags and your spoons back at your table. You put it right in the container.
Cat litter casserole. No chlorine, no fluoride.
And I'm going to cut behind you and get over here. And refill coming. I use Rader filters. Okay. You can just put water in a bucket, let it sit overnight. Oh, that's it. Chlorine will disappear. We've got a leak in yours. Yeah, or tilt it. Okay. Tilt it away from the. Okay.
There's 3 of these, right?
Just don't forget. And you know what? You don't need any of these for now. All you need is those. So I'm going to put these back where you guys were sitting. Okay. Thank you for doing that very well. I was a Montessori preschool teacher, and you did as well as they do. Good job. Woo! So I'm going to go over some of the questions that you were going to ask me before you asked me. And then there are a few that somebody already did ask. So this method is basically really good for oyster mushrooms. You can do the white oyster, gray oyster, blue oysters. I've got pink oysters over there. Milton tried it with some other mushrooms and just didn't get as good productivity. One of the things he's done for lion's mane is he has taken the oak wood pellets, like you can use for a stove, and then he's put them in, these are special bags. These are special growing bags. They are very heat proof, so they get put in an autoclave, which is like a really fancy pressure cooker. And they're often called unicorn bags because that's the company that makes a lot of them, is a unicorn company. One of the things you'll notice on this bag is this little white patch. Yes. Oh, yes. Wonderful reaction. Thank you. So, this white patch is an air filter because mushrooms need oxygen. They will suffocate. And they breathe in oxygen and they breathe out carbon dioxide. Sound like anybody you know? Oh yeah, they are. We are cousins. But what Milton has done for lion's mane is he'll take the wood pellets and he will put them in one of these open bags, and then he will pour over a big thing of boiling water on top of the wood pellets and let them absorb that hot boiling water. Then he'll add some lion mane spawn and then seal off the bag. And he's gotten some success with that, but you know, they can take like 3 or 4 months to really start growing. So I would just say for what we're doing with y'all, oyster mushrooms are the way to go. And by the way, they're delicious. So that was one question. Next question. So I have a sheet over there, and once again, I think I did sheets for 30 people because that's what I was told. So thank you. It's got the recipe on it. It's my other Vanna. It's got the recipe on it and then the care of your bag. But it is. Just don't get them wet. But I'm going to go through some of the procedures while we're waiting for what you're going to do with your bag. So you're going to fill your bag, and I know it doesn't sound complicated, but we'll give you just a quick example of the good way to use the funnel, because if you put the funnel down here and then put the bag over the funnel facing down, you can scrunch it up. And so then when you're filling your bag, it will slowly do this. And it just helps it keep it stable as you're putting your stuff into it. Some of the bags are very small, some of them are larger. You're not doing that now because you haven't gotten the spawn. Right now you would just take home a nice mushy bunch of kitty litter. So you need the spawn, and then you want the guinea pig food to help. So guinea pig food. That we've got another little bag over here. I'll probably get the other bag out of my truck. But you're all gonna come up here again in these perfect straight lines that you did. And you're going to get a third of a cup of guinea pig food and 3/4 of a cup of the spawn. You're going to take it back, mix it all in your stuff, and then that's when you're going to put it in your bag. And it often can be helpful to work with a teammate where someone like holds the funnel in the bag while you scoop rather than just trying to do it. And trying to think other things you might need to know. Well, I think a lot of the stuff I'm going to tell you is going to be after you're mixing your bags and have your bags full. So some of the bags are very skinny bags, and so when you scoop it in, your bag might be this tall, which can make it, have the tendency to. I've got another one of those. It's 1/3 cups. And so if you don't want to use one of those bags, or you can ask and you can make 2 smaller bags, but no gloves. Yes. So it's a mushroom hunter man. They don't go anywhere without our knives, except where TSA won't let us go. If any of you have colds and you've been wiping your nose, you do want to wash your hands before you do this. You can give your mushroom a cold. Sure. Okay, now we need the 3/4 cups.
And yeah, I don't know where the 3/4 cup is.
1/4 or 3/4.
That's a 3/4 cup.
This is a
this
third.
what you're
We
looking
get a
These
third.
are these are for thirds.
Yeah.
And then let me.
Thirds.
That guy says 3/4, doesn't it?
237.
3/4 cup. Because we've got plenty of spawn, so everyone's doing 3/4 cups. And I need He's the guy who runs this. Anyway.
I've been foraging a lot.
So you can start filling your bags once you get it all mixed. And it does help if you have one person hold it and let the other person scoop and then trade off. And then once you get your bags filled, don't tie them yet and don't bounce them up and down trying to tamp it really hard. Don't do either of those, please. So the water we used was through a Brita filter, but if you're worried about you don't want a lot of chlorine in your water, but you can fill up a bucket and just let it sit out, or a pot, and let it sit out overnight, and the chlorine will evaporate and dissipate off, and so you can use that water easily. All right. I've got a lot more bags. We just don't have more shoe boxes. So we're going to reuse some shoe boxes if we have time. Yeah. Right. Well, you probably have 10 people who don't have bags. Don't have boxes. So here is an image of the professional growers with the large bags hanging down from the ceiling, and you can see all the clusters. And there are different strains of oyster mushrooms. So, when you, okay, I know this is fun, but I wonder if anybody remembers Cheech and Chong and Sister Mary Elephant. Class. Okay, everyone, I'm going to start telling you a few things about your bags, so you probably want to know and hear that. So once your bags are filled, you're going to lightly, just very lightly, go like that, just to gently let them, and then when you're ready to tie it off, what you want to do is take your thumb and your forefinger and squeeze right at the very top of the substrate. You want to get it so there's no air bubble. So even more, you want to get it just like that, and then twist. Because you want to squeeze it like right there, and now twist it. And you'll see there's like no air bubble on top. Little bit of air, but not a big one. But that's how you want to tie it. You want to get it so that there's not a big air bubble at the top of your bag. Because if you get that big air bubble, a lot of times your mushrooms are just going to grow up that way into that space rather than out.
Is there any rhyme or reason to which pinning spot they pick?
There is not the question was, is there any rhyme or reason to where they decide to pin? Well, a couple of things. There is a half rhyme reason. So when you get your bags home after you've tied them off, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to go into your kitchen and you're going to get your paring knife, which is just a thin blade, and you are going to poke your bag like 5 times randomly. You want just little slits in your bag so that they don't suffocate, so that they can have oxygen. So many times where the little slit in the bag is where the pinning is going to start. But there are plenty of times when it'll just be pressing against the plastic and getting ready to go out. And then that's when you get to make a choice. For those of you who might be a little impatient, like me, you can just take your knife and make a little slit right where it's pinning, pushing against the plastic, and let it come out there. The downside of that is then you are making more open spaces that can help dry it out. But, so you get to make that choice. Thank you. And if each table would stack your boxes together and put your things inside the boxes, the spoons and that would be very helpful. So you're going to take your bag home. You're going to gently, lovingly stab it. Just randomly 5 times, just around. It doesn't have to be in a pattern. Doesn't have to be your initials. It's just. But once you have got the little slits in your bag, the next thing you're going to do is you're going to put it someplace dark. And no, at this time of year, it's not good to just go stick it out in the garage. It needs to be between like 65 and 75 degrees. It needs, I mean, they can do it at 60, but. So there are a couple options you have. I know people who put it just under their kitchen cabinet, in their kitchen cabinet. I know people who put it in their pantry. I know people who put it down in the basement. And it doesn't have to be like 24-hour pitch black, but you just want it darker. But the important thing is you want it someplace where you're going to remember it's there. We have a member in our club who had put it in her kitchen cabinet, a little cupboard, and she forgot about it. And so she came in a few weeks later, and she had dried out mushrooms and white spores all over the cabinet. So she took the bag out, she tried to wipe things down a little bit, and she had the kitchen cabinet shelving, which is kind of that metal wire with the white rubbery stuff, around it. So a couple weeks later, she opened her cabinet, and she had little oyster mushrooms growing off the metal wires because the spores were growing on that rubbery plastic stuff. So, but what you're going to do, and one of the reasons I was saying that there, are different kinds of oyster mushrooms is that when they start pinning, so you can see this nice little round cluster of like kind of blue little tiny mushroom heads. But you can also see over here where it's kind of more stringy and looking more kind of like a sea coral or something. So these are 2 different strains of oyster mushrooms. Well, I had somebody who did the workshop, and then she sent me this frantic email and said, something's wrong with my oysters. They've mutated. They came out looking like this. And so she cut them all off right then and there. And I said, not really mutation, more just a different strain. And, you could cook up those 2 bites if you want. But when you see it starting to press against the plastic or come out of the little slit and you see the little heads, you're going to take it out of the dark spot. So one of the things you want to do is you want to go visit your mushroom every couple of days. Encourage it, but also you're going to get a chance to watch that mycelium spread from those little pieces of grain, and you're going to watch it turn from this kind of brown gray to solid white in 2 weeks. But once you start to see a little bit of the pinning coming out, you're going to take it out of the dark, you're going to bring it upstairs, and you're going to put it on your kitchen counter next to the sink. You want it to have nice ambient light, like in here. You don't want it sitting on the windowsill with bright, direct sunlight going onto it. And then you want to get, let's see, oh, what did he do? He came, okay, he changed something when he came in. All right. Okay. All right. So if you don't have, but most people do, you want to have one of these little spritzers, little spray bottles. Just want to put a little water in that, and twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening, just give your mushrooms a little nice mist. Help them stay moist. And okay, what did he do? All right. And then, of course, the next step is to cut them off and cook them. And you'll just take your knife and you'll cut it off right where it's coming out of the bag. And it will often have kind of a thick stem. So then you cut off all the heads and some of the little stems to cook. But then you can take the thick stem and you can slice it really thinly and then just cook it with it. But if you have a lot of them, one of the things I'll do with the thicker stems is you cut them in thin slices, saute them with whatever flavoring you like, and then put them in the dehydrator and you make mushroom jerky. And it's really, really good. So one of the places that we buy our spawn a lot is from a company called Field and Forest, and they're in Wisconsin. Their owner, chief mycologist, has come and talked to our club, and they have really good customer service. They have a lot of interesting strains, and they are just very, very friendly. Field and Forest out of Wisconsin. So once your mushrooms have grown out to a nice size and you've cut them off, so one of the questions that we often get, and I'm guilty of sometimes, is they'll say, so how big do you let it get before you cut it? And I always say, you want to cut it a day before you think it's big enough. Because they're going to be out there and they're going to look great, and you're like, oh, one more day, and they're going to be really big and tasty. And then you come out that morning to breakfast, and your kitchen counter is covered with mushroom spawn. And, if that happens occasionally, that's okay. You can wipe it up. But Cornelia, my wife, who's the president of the Mushroom Club of Georgia, she was leading a workshop where a woman got real excited. Do you want to tell a story?
Hello, everybody. So this person got excited. She grew like 30 bags at once. And she did it in her living room. And she forgot about the thing Sam said about don't put it in your living space. She ended up having a cough for 6 months. She didn't understand why. She was on steroids. She had x-rays. She had a bunch of tests. And then she was at a workshop with somebody that had also done it. And she said, by the way, Karen, where are those mushrooms? And she said, in my living room. She said, oh my God, do you think I have so one term for this is white lung, actually, because the spores are white. And sure enough, when she stopped doing that, her cough went away. So, and you don't want to do that to yourself. She said I could use that story as a warning. Okay, Dare, here you go.
So a couple more things. After you've harvested your mushrooms, give the bag another nice spritz and put it back in the same dark space. You can get usually up to 3 fruitings from the bag. But often after that 3rd fruiting, the mycelium's kind of tired. So then what you do is you get a couple people together, you get a little more kitty litter and guinea pig food, you make your mixture, and then you take your kind of dried out bag, you cut it in thirds, and that becomes your spawn, and you make 3 bags. And then those will fruit 2 or 3 times, and then you do the same thing, only you got 9 bags, and it starts to get exponential. And we know somebody who did it through, oh, hi, Janet, who did it through like 5 generations. So, and this is a really fun thing to do, like for birthday parties. I mean, it seems a little weird, but it's a fun thing to do, birthday parties, school groups. And actually, we knew somebody who was like, you know, I'm going to do this for a friend's baby shower, and I'm going to time it like 3 weeks before she's due so that the mushrooms and the baby will come out at the same time. So you'll be, you know, just, and our mushroom club, my email address is back there. I would love to see some pictures in like 2 and 3 weeks of your bags so that you can share your success. And I know there's a great speaker coming up. And for those of you who didn't get a chance to make bags because all the shoe boxes were filled, we're going to go to that back corner over there. We'll take all this over there. And for those of you who didn't get a chance to make some, we'll make some back there quietly while the other speaker is speaking. But thank you. This is a really fun thing to do. I really appreciate all your participation. And you're growing your own food. Yes. Woo. Question. The spores.
Yeah. So you're waiting for that perfect day to think about the size, and once the spores hit, is that
The mushrooms are still all fine. You just pick. They're good. But you have a bunch of spores to clean up. And the mushrooms are fine, but after that point, they'll start drying up more. So you want to cook them and eat them right away. Oh yeah, if you don't want to use it to make new bags, put it in your compost pile. And it'll just, the worms will love eating it. And every now and then I'll throw an old bag in there and come back out in 2 weeks and I've got mushrooms in my compost pile. So anyway, thank you, and stick around for the next speaker, and we'll be moving back there.
If you want to continue this at home.
These kind of bags are the bags we just used.
The bags, is that something that they
So-
sell as well, or?
Back there. That's where we're moving everything, is back there. So,
Say hi. I went to your Fungi walk in March.
oh, cool. What's your name again?
Bonnie.
Oh, hi.
My hair was different.
Yes. Your local library. So, we don't get a newspaper, but your library gets, 4 or 5 papers every
Just ask
day.
them to hang on to
So
them?
our library, I go like every 2 weeks, and they have like 100, 50 bags for me.
Excellent, okay, thanks.
You're welcome. I'm gonna move all this back there and then clean up back there. That's one thing, is this is low-cost experimentation. And have you met Cornelia? Well, not in person. I don't think I met her. Okay.
y'all squared away. Oh, it did? Oh, God. Okay, well. Oh, no, you're fine. Take your time. Everything's all good. We're deep breaths here. We're deep breaths here. Okay. Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much, man. Thank you. We had someone say that there was crackling with the microphone, so that's why he came in here and futzed with it. But let me see. Let me download. Of course. It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for coming and doing this exercise.
Also doing like talking about set setting and creating a big container for the work journey. I feel like most people in the community are very,
How bizarre. I don't. Oh. Wait. It keeps opening it. Okay, let's try and download it again, and then we're gonna open it, and it opens it through the internet. But I don't know how to. I don't know why. Because I don't want it to open through the internet. I want it to open.
that is weird.
As a PDF, as a straight up PDF. Oh, okay.
And then you should
There we
be
go.
able to
There we go.
advance,
There we
right?
go. There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Awesome. Beautiful. Thank you.
okay. So the down button is forward,
Okay.
and it wants to be nice, which it just decided it didn't want to be nice. Okay, let's try it
Looks
again.
great.
Okay, it's a little laggy, but there you go.
Okay.
And then the little star is so
Star
you
is
can
a pointer.
yeah, star is the pointer
Okay, and down advances.
and down's advance. When
Where am I pointing at? Is there a thing it receives?
yeah, right at the computer.
Oh, at
So
the
just point it.
computer.
I think that's the problem is I'm pointing it in the wrong
Pointing at the computer.
direction. Yeah, there we go. Oh, look at that. It works now. Technology.
Awesome.
Let me just double check. We are still recording. The stream is still streaming. I will exit out of this. And then we will move this table really quick for y'all.
I don't see it changing. All right, there we go. Go ahead and slide it to the next one that tells people what the talk is. I
Right over there.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't know where the water went. Yeah, it's still.
Yep. Giant orange can. Yep. So glad to have you all here. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for
Yep.
creating that. Thank you for
Yeah.
having us.
Okay, well, all of the recording is done through the microphone, so you need to speak into the mic, otherwise people on the internets will not be able to hear you. Test, test. Yep, still working. Okay. So excited to have all of you here. Thank you so much for coming. I'm going to go ahead and pass this over to Alex and Mira, and they're going to go and tell you more about Entheo Temple, which is their church. Pass it off. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Paul.
Hello, happy Mushroom Festival. My name is Mira. I'm Alex. We are the co-founders of EntheoTemple.org. We are a nonprofit faith-based organization working with psilocybin mushrooms as a sacrament for spiritual understanding. And I'm going to give you a little agenda for what to expect, and we'll give you a bit of an introduction for ourselves. You have a clicker? So for the next hour, we'll be doing a little bit of a greeting and introduction about who we are, a little bit of information about what we believe based on how the sacrament has affected us and what seems to come through in the ceremonies that we host. A little bit of an introduction for anyone in the room who wants to do a quick intro, and it would be a very brief one. And best practices for the therapeutic use of psilocybin. So if you have been curious about going deeper than like, woo, sparkles, what happens if you really, really go in, we'll be talking about that, as well as making space for anyone who's had a recent psychedelic journey, wanting to talk about what that trip was like and share that with the group for anyone who's newer. We will also offer existential question to the crowd if we have time, and or we'll just be giving you a little bit of space for Q&A as things come up. And then we'll handle any final questions and wrap up. So I think we'll start, if you'll click over to the next slide, with a bit of an introduction. I'm going to have Alex go first.
Hi, I'm Alex Himes. So I started working with psilocybin and psychedelic mushrooms when I was 17. I started out in some pretty rough soil. I grew up in a pretty turbulent home, and I was originally looking to have a good time and experience something otherworldly. And I was really looking for more of the sparkly experience you mentioned earlier. So what I found quickly through working with mushrooms, that unlike other substances I had a relationship with, this one was teaching me something. So I came through a really dark period of my life, and every time I sat with the mushrooms, they would bop me on the head, and they would show me myself. So I learned over time that these are not a drug, they are not just for fun. Although you can have a light and pleasant and joyous time with them, there's a lot of deeper healing and trauma work that you can do when working with mushrooms.
My name is Mira Joleigh. I began working with psilocybin. I think I was first introduced to any type of psychedelic around the age of 20. So now it's been over 20 years. And it started just like with Alex, and I think with most of us, experimenting. Ooh, what does this do? It's sparkly. Maybe I'll see some unicorns or something. And slowly you do start to realize it can be much deeper than that. I've worked with several different types of entheogens. We use the word entheogen to describe the spiritual use of psychedelics as opposed to the recreational use of psychedelics. And that's kind of the base of Entheo Temple, how we came to that term. In any case, I also came from a relatively turbulent home. There was alcoholism, there was divorce, there was physical and emotional abuse, there was mental health things going on with my parents, there was a military upbringing where we were constantly uprooted in changing environments, and I came out of the closet as a teenager in the late 90s. So there was a lot going on there, and as I realized how much power there was in psychedelics for healing and how it complemented the work I was doing with therapists and with life coaches, I started to take it more seriously. And over the years that we've known each other, it has become integral to my spiritual experience in ways that I never thought possible, because I have a lot of religious trauma from my faith of origin rejecting me. So for anyone who's had kind of a loss of faith, or maybe you're sitting in a place of atheism, I don't really know what I believe, or maybe you know deeply what you believe, but you're curious, could entheogens take it deeper? Could I have even more of a felt understanding? I'm happy you're here to listen. Thank you. Next slide. Maybe. So we're going to share a couple of our core beliefs that we've developed as a result of working with psilocybin. You don't have to share these beliefs, but these are the things that have come through to us. Let's take turns with it.
We believe we are spiritual beings having a human experience, each a unique incarnation of God consciousness. I am you, you are me, we are one. God is everything you see, and God is all there is. I'd like to clarify that what God is to us and God is to each person is a unique thing in our eyes and our sight, and that can be a scary word for a lot of people, but what it is to me is the creative conscious energy that underlies our whole living experience. Hare Krishna. Yes.
Would anyone else like to shout out a couple of words that you relate to God? Because, you know, it could be that dude with the beard in the sky somebody thinks that is, but it could be many things. What do you think? What is it? What are the words that come to you? May the force be with you. Source. Mycelium, the network, the interconnectedness, most high, the ultimate. I think of it as my connection to intuition. Anyone else? Happiness. Ooh, I like that. Love, creator, energy, intelligence, connection. So it can mean whatever it means to you. Next slide. We believe life and death are both conscious energy, and everything is energy. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, therefore God consciousness and you are infinite and eternal. I think a lot of us have been through grief and have asked ourselves some really hard questions about what happens at the end of this physical iteration, and that's what we've come to as a result of spending time with the sacrament.
We believe the highest spiritual principle is loving one another unconditionally and teaching and healing each other. We do not stop learning at adulthood. We raise each other at all ages. I believe that there is wisdom in everyone, whether or not that you agree with their point of view. We are all students and we are all teachers. And if we show compassion for everyone, no matter what side of the aisle they stand on, no matter how they may challenge us and again become that difficult mirror for us to look into, I believe that we all teach each other. And I think about all ages, I think that we need to value the wisdom of our elders more, and we also need to look at children for the purity of their sight and the way in which children find the absurdity of the rules and the structure and the teachings that we give them of how to fit into the box that society has created.
There was something I wanted to add to that, but I forgot what it was. Give me just a second. I think it was that we're all teachers and we're all students. And I've really been sitting in that awareness every day, all day, because no matter what we're going through, there's something to learn. And a lot of times that going throughness is a result of other humans. Usually nature doesn't put us through stuff. It's people that put us through stuff. Next. We believe that our beliefs and perceptions create our reality, if you're familiar with the law of attraction. Our mental states manifest our lived experience. We can create our own bliss or torment on earth based on how connected or disconnected we are with God consciousness, which is to say, maybe this is relatable for y'all. Have you ever had a gut instinct to do something, but because of some societal programming or some expectation, you don't do the thing your gut told you to do, and then life gets harder? And then you finally give up and you're like, okay, whatever, I'll do what my gut's telling me. And then life gets easier. It's funny how that works.
Find the flow. I want to say about this one, we create our experience, our consciousness, and our beliefs as they manifest our reality. When you think about the people in your life who struggle to find positivity or struggle to find the blessing in a situation, so many times you find that if you just hold on to that knowledge that if I look at how this is working for me, look at how the universe is serving me, because it is me. The universe is me, and I put this here for a reason. And so when you hang on with that knowledge, sure enough, eventually you'll see how it is a blessing, how maybe that person was driving too slow because there was an accident just ahead of you. So you just remember when you feel your feelings bubbling up and trying to take control, to go with it and release it and find your way back to love, because sure enough, there's a blessing in it for you. On the next one. We believe. We partake in the sacrament of earth medicine, plant medicine, sacred psilocybin mushrooms. The sacrament is a gift from the source which uniquely enable us to realize our God consciousness. This calls to a confronting belief that when you tell someone when they're their hardest times that this is what I'm creating for myself, that when we take responsibility for our life and we take responsibility for the hardships that come to us, then we can feel less of a victim to them. And when we feel less disempowered by the circumstances that come to us, we can return to that flow. We can return to the knowledge that this is working for me. What do you have to add?
Thank you for sitting with us sharing our beliefs. I feel like we don't do that a lot in our culture, so thank you. Next. So one of the things that Entheo Temple does, in addition to hosting regular hikes and coffee shop meet and greets, we're developing gatherings around the fact that we all use the sacrament as a way to access deeper spiritual understanding. And one of those ways is that we host very deep psilocybin mushroom journeys in our home in a very safe container so that folks can know that all circumstances are set up for them to have the best possible insight and journey from that experience. Or if you've ever tried to do it at home alone, you're like, am I doing this right? And you may not have had the best experience, or maybe you did that in a public setting and found out quickly that that wasn't the setting. So you're welcome to drop by the website to hear more about that or ask us about what we offer after the talk. So this is a little bit of an ask, but would anyone like to share a name, where you're from, and what you're working on in your spiritual growth right now? I'll give you an example. My name is Mira. I'm from close to Cumberland Island, southeast Georgia, and the thing that I'm working on in my life right now is noticing the energies of dominance and submission, or yin and yang, in my life, and how those energies are kind of flowing around me, and what responsibility I have as a leader. That's what I've been working on. So, like, in a sentence. Would you like to share?
Hi, I'm Nova, and I'm from Fort Lauderdale by way of Brooklyn, New York, and now I'm here. So what's up? Hey. And right now, I'm learning to connect more with my womb and have more conversations with my womb. Because that's something I feel like as women, we've never really ever done. Has your mom ever told you, hey, do you talk to your womb? What is your connection to that? To what you're feeling and like everything. So I'm kind of like on my sacred woman journey right now. So if you don't know who Queen Afua is, just Google her and she will help you out, women. Okay, I love you. Bye.
Thank you, Nova. Anyone else feel brave? Want to jump up and just give us a couple of points on who you are, where you're from, and what you've been working on in your personal growth? Because I know we're all on that journey right now. Yeah, please jump up.
I'm Tony. I'm from Hapeville, and I just retired this year, and I'm going from punching a clock for the man to dealing with my inner angels and demons.
Thank you so much for sharing. I think the more that we talk vulnerably about the things that we're going through or the things that we're working on, the more we realize that we are all kind of on a similar path. We're all doing the same work. We're just doing it quietly and privately. For you?
Hi, I'm Spencer. I'm also from Fort Lauderdale. I think that's what you said. And I've been working on balancing skepticism and acceptance, and just trying to figure out, like, truth, because, like, we live in this web of media that is hard to decipher. So.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Alex. I'm from North Georgia, Woodstock. And something I'm working on at this point in my life is recognizing my feelings as they come up in my body, and learning how to recognize dysregulation in myself and others as an opportunity to hold space, as opposed to jumping into explanations or self-righteousness or listening to the voice of my victim. So seeing asking first, you know, meeting with curiosity, how may I help you? And how may I help me? Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am, it will. Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm Cajun. I'm from California, but I've been in Georgia for like 12, 13 years. I'm currently working on accepting death and balancing my emotions and confidence.
Thank you so much, Cajun. Yeah. Hi, I know you.
My name is Cooper. I call Alpharetta home right now. And one of the things that I'm working on is the release of the ego, where it's not important what other people think, and it's more important how you feel. And I think that's a great thing that I'm working on, and that's what I'm doing.
Thank you, Cooper. I'd like to make a quick distinction on the topic of ego. Feel free to sit down. We think of ego as being self-righteous or like a narcissist, but every one of us has an ego, and it's just our constructed sense of self. Who am I in the world? What has the world told me that I am? And my race and my gender and my culture and my class and all of these things that are this constructed idea of who we are. But what's deeper than that is what psilocybin mushrooms will show you. It's not this meat suit that we were blessed with. It's much deeper than that. I'm just getting eye contact over here. Would you like to introduce?
My name is Gray. I call Decatur home and currently working on reparenting my inner child. But what's more difficult lately is I'm reparenting my inner teenager, which has a lot of work.
Thank you so much. Can I ask you a follow-up question? Is your inner teenager a brat by chance? Sometimes? You have a 3-month-old now. Oh, yeah. Man, raise of hands if having children showed you who you were in a way you never expected. Thank you. Anyone else feel brave? Want to jump up and do a quick hello? Yeah, please do.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Hey, everyone. My name's Mimi. I'm from Roswell, Georgia, born and raised here in Atlanta. And I just lived out in Oregon, out in Portland for 2 years, and now I'm back here in Atlanta, and it's kind of like, not shell shock, but like so different for plenty of reasons. And I think like a lot of what you had said earlier about like not trying to be so in control of everything, because in reality we're not in control of literally anything other than how we choose to like respond, not react, but like respond. And that's like, I think, a huge one. And, getting over my ego and things like that. Everybody said really great things, but yeah, the like letting go of trying to control what I can't control, which is like mostly everything. So it's hard.
Thank you. I used to live in Portland. It's nice to meet you. Yeah, jump in.
Something there. Reparenting and ego. Ego. I want to quote Ram Dass on this and say, beyond all polarities, I am. And that is to say, I am. I am simply this. I am simply this awareness. I am this love. And when you take away the definitions that we put after the words I am, then you're witnessing your ego. I am young, I am old, I am an artist, I am not good enough, I am all of those things. Those are polarities, and that's when we're separating ourselves. And so when you're going back to a place of connection and source, you just get rid of the polarities. I am centered, a centered being. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I think there'll be more time, so as questions come up a little bit later on, I may ask that before you ask the question, you do a little intro about what you're working on and then jump into the question. What's on the next slide? All right, so this is a really important topic. If you've ever, maybe a show of hands, who here has tried psilocybin mushrooms? Maybe 50%? Awesome, thank you for your honesty. Who here has ever had a really hard experience with psilocybin mushrooms? A couple of us, all right. On the other side, who's had a really blissful, fun, awesome experience? Nice, good, and hopefully a little bit of both. So many of us try psilocybin on a recreational level. We might have 1 gram or 2 grams and we're out with friends and we're all giggly, or we're in nature and we're like, whoa, look at that tree. The rainbow is triplicate today, whatever the case may be. And as you go deeper, you get curious about what would happen if I had twice that or 3 times that amount, and where would that take me? The deeper you go, the more important your set and setting is. So I'm going to pass this off to Alex to talk about some of the best practices when you decide to go deep in the 3.5 to 5 gram range. Back to you.
So when you're doing a therapeutic or a heroic dose with psilocybin mushrooms, what's important is that you make sure you set a safe container for yourself. So anyone who knows, if you go a little deeper with mushrooms, or even when you're on a light dose, stimuli that can be overwhelming or unpleasant is even more so, and can really distract from the experience. So what we recommend to do is you make sure that you have a clean, tidy, low sensory place where you're unlikely to be interrupted by pets, children, maybe the needs of partners or parents or anything like that. So you make sure that you're there with yourself. You may light candles, you may set yourself up with some music you've pre-vetted, something that's non-lyrical, maybe some solfeggio tunes, nothing that really arcs emotionally unless you're specifically choosing to experience that. I'm going to pass it back to you. Let's see where you take it.
If you're going in at 3.5 or more grams, it is valuable to have someone that you love and trust nearby as a space holder, but not in the room with you. Someone who is in the next room, and they might peek in on you once in a while and make sure you look like you're doing good, maybe bring you something if you need it, but they're going to stay hands off because the experience you're having is between you and the spirit of the medicine. There's nothing that your space holder could say to you that would be any more potent than what you're going to be getting from your mushroom experience. And as you're preparing to go in, you'll want to sit down with a journal and really think through, why am I doing this and what do I hope to get out of it? And I'll give you a few examples of the types of questions you could ask yourself. What do I hope to learn today? What am I willing to release? What am I calling into my life now? And what will I say to myself if this journey gets hard? Because sometimes it gets really dark and you have to go through the muck of whatever that historical thing is to work it out. And I'll pass it back to you.
So some of the experience that you may have when doing a therapeutic or a heroic dose, sometimes people have a light and blissful journey. Sometimes people have altogether what is very difficult and confronting. And I really like what you said earlier about releasing control. That is a really important factor when you're going deep with psilocybin, that you accept wherever it's going to take you. Something that I've found is that the more I resist any unpleasantness that I may bring up about my life or about how I may be, the more it surrounds me with that feeling. You may find that you reach a moment where you're wondering, did I break my brain? Will I ever come back? Can I function in life the way I used to before? Yes, you can. You will come back. You're going to be okay. In fact, you're probably going to be better than you were before. And something about going in deep, it seems like that's the big wow experience, the actual journey itself, but you'll find in the weeks to come after a deep journey that you are showing up differently in your life. Where that victim voice showed up and started chattering right away, you'll see how the situations are all inherently neutral. Everything is neutral beyond the meaning that we give it. And you'll start to be able to witness that incrementally, time by time. Like an onion, you peel layers off, and there you are again.
Thank you. A few more important best practices. When you know you're planning to go deep, we would recommend a couple of days of very intentional self-care, reducing any meat or dairy intake, cutting out alcohol, cannabis, any other toxins that you may put in your body. It's helpful to reduce caffeine, nicotine, and you may want to consult with an integration specialist about any SSRIs or SNRIs that you might be on if you're taking any kind of depression or anxiety meds. Those can counteract and completely block the effects of psilocybin. And lastly, if you have any, hey, my cousin's here. If you have any health or psychiatric issues, such as heart problems, lung problems, or a history of psychosis, you may also want to check in with someone like us before you do this. Those would be things just to make sure that you're in the safety zone around. Back to you.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else we haven't touched on here. After you come out.
Most psilocybin mushroom journeys are about a 4 to 6 hour arc. So in the first 2 hours, my experience is that I'm physically uncomfortable. I can't seem to find a comfortable position in my bed. I would recommend being in a bed with the curtains drawn and a candle lit, and know that you're probably going to be a little uncomfortable for a while. I will go through a phase where I feel like I'm in a freezer and everything's really cold for no reason at all. So have lots of blankets nearby. That usually passes. Sometimes you'll just kind of be hit with like one aha moment after another, and it's coming at you so fast you can't make sense of it. It feels like I'm getting a software upgrade in my brain. That's normal. That's what happens. That's normal. And then there'll come a point for most people around the 2 hour mark where it starts to coast into a little bit more comfort and bliss, and you get into this little euphoric state where everything is love. Now, that's not everyone's experience, but those are some common themes. And in those last 2 hours, you might feel like, oh, it's over. It's not over. Stay in your bed. It's not over yet. You may want to get up and go to the bathroom, and this might be a good time where you can actually convince yourself to get up out of your bed. But go lay down again. Be with the sounds of the gentle nature sounds or whatever you put in the background, and sit with the subtleties of those last 2 hours, because that's where some of the juiciest processing happens. That's where you might be reflecting on your ex or that person you care about that hurt you, or any number of things that you're going through that you need to really sit with. So that's the powerful second half of a mushroom journey. And then in the maybe 5 and 6 hour mark is when you might want to get out of your bed. What would you do after you get out of your bed?
So once you get out of your bed, I mean, assuming you can stay in your bed if you want to, I would recommend that you have a journal nearby. You can write down some of your experience. You probably know, if you've done this before, if you try to write it down during your journey, your muscles aren't doing what you tell them to. So you might be getting elbow signals in your fingers. So, just give it some time, let it sink in. Don't worry about the lessons passing through and you not being able to hold on to them. They're in there. Yeah, so afterward, you journey. Generally, we offer people a few questions to ground them back in, or we'll review some of those questions you wrote before your journey. So revisit your intentions, and usually you'll see that they came through for you. Anything else?
Or it gave you something completely different than what you wrote down, but it was what you needed because you didn't know what you needed. Yeah. Some of the questions I ask myself after a journey are, what were the themes? What were the themes that came up? What insights or downloads came through? Sometimes it's a sentence, and it's so profound that it's simple. It could be, it's okay. And that was the message, and that was what I needed to hear, and it hit differently that time because it was in my cells and not just in my head. Or it could be a download like, there are no expectations. If you've ever had a relationship with someone who has a lot of expectations of you, you know that doesn't feel good, so that was the message I needed that day. The next question I ask myself is, what changes am I inspired to make in my life now? Because a lot of time the mushroom says, you need to do something different. And you're like, oh yeah, you're right, I need to do something different. I think I'm actually gonna do it this time. My mother, after working with psilocybin a few sessions, quit a 10-year habit of smoking and was able to get off of SSRIs. And I'm so proud. And she did that. I didn't do it for her. I just held space. She did that. Talk about your mom for a second.
So our moms are a really big part of the temple and a really big part of our story. We briefly touched on the fact that we came from difficult homes and came from a home with a lot of love and a lot of chaos. And my mother has a healthy heap of both inside of her. And about when she was 68, and I had been watching her since she was 50, and my dad passed away pretty unexpectedly. She fell into a very deep depression, and she started hoarding very severely. And that, I was 15 at the time, and that just became kind of the new normal, the new reality in my life. And so I went through, as I touched on earlier, I went through exploration with drugs and addiction with alcohol and problematic relationships. And around 25, I started really deepening with my psilocybin practice. And after years of that, about 10 years or so, I started giving my mom mushroom microdoses when she was 68. And she came out of that first experience saying, I never knew I had anxiety until it was gone. And so she kept working with the microdoses. 2 years into that, we started doing some organizing work as a profession and a part of the temple outreach. And my mom said, I think I'm ready for your help. And so we came in and we helped her unload 2 9 by 8 by 16 foot dumpsters out of the basement and 1 out of the attic. I don't remember the measurements. It was a lot of stuff. Let's say it's just rocking chairs to the ceiling.
Just to say, it's a really big deal.
It's a really big deal. And we started sending her on mushroom journeys. And deep, 4 grams, 5 grams mushroom journeys with a very potent strain. And by this time, she's 70 years old, and she's going in deep. And she's started coming out. She's gotten out of tremendous debt. She's changed her spending habits. She quit drinking, and she's released most of everything she's hoarded since my father passed away. And she's maintaining. And she is, at this point in her life, no longer afraid of death. And that has been a crippling fear for years, fear of death. And so thank you for listening to my story, and thank you all for being here and being a part of this vulnerability, because that's what it takes to heal.
Can anyone offer me a time check real fast? Time check. 3:30, okay, thank you. So I was giving you questions for after you come out of your mushroom journey, and we just fell into testimonials. So thanks for listening. So you're asking yourself, what were the themes? What were the insights? What am I inspired to do differently? And how will I stay accountable to integrating these lessons into my life? Because you can have a wild, wacky experience and then kind of forget what you learned and then just go back to your normal habits and then what'd you do it all for? Or you can have an intense experience and commit to doing something differently in your life, because nothing changes if nothing changes. So whatever's not working requires your action. The mushrooms aren't going to heal you. You're going to do the healing yourself. What it will do, though, and we use this metaphor often, is it's sort of like, you remember the Etch-a-Sketch from the 80s? Anybody play with that toy? It's a little magnetic thing that you draw with, and it has these 2 little knobs. And if you drew with the little knobs and you had this little whatever on the screen, and you never picked it up and shook it, it would just be that way forever. And that's kind of like the neural pathways in your brain that you developed long ago when you were a child. You developed ways of being that were a response to your environment. And those neural pathways are still running your life. Your nervous system is running your life, really. We saw a funny meme about this the other day. And a psilocybin journey creates neuroplasticity in your brain, and it's kind of like shaking the Etch-a-Sketch and wiping the slate clean, and then you get to reprogram and release the things that aren't working anymore, because some of those programs are taking you down sort of dysfunctional patterns, and we don't want those dysfunctional patterns anymore. For you?
Well, the same roads you've always walked.
Yeah, the same roads. I'm not saying it's all bad, But there are certain things that all of us would like to be different, and it's easier to do that when you can kind of reset and shake up the Etch-a-Sketch. So those are the 4 integration questions that I would have you use at the end of a mushroom ceremony. And then the rest of the power is in the weeks and months after. Would you like to talk about that? The weeks and months after a journey.
The weeks and months after a journey. First, I kind of want to touch on the lifetime before the journey. So we talked about trauma. We talked about how these cycles get stuck in your brain. The weeks and the months after the journey are when you're most neuroplastic. This is when you can make intentional changes. This is when you can set a new habit. You can decide, I'm going to change the way I eat. You can decide, I'm going to change the way I exercise. I'm going to change the way I communicate with my partner. You can make active changes in your life. Like you said, you can reprogram. Those acting from the trauma from before a journey, when you set your intentions and you go in clearly and you know the ways in which you're blocking yourself and you don't know what you don't know, you start to get a view of yourself. So in the weeks after your journey, you're going to find yourself seeing yourself. You're going to be witnessing. There is the ego, which we believe. When you act from the ego, you're on autopilot. There are 2 voices in your mind, right? At least, minimal. How many of you have radio chatter? I know I do. I have like 6 of them going at all times. And you can change the channel. You can be intentional, and you can turn some of the volume down on those. Or you can look at them and you can respond. You can say, thank you for being here. I appreciate your opinion. You can even do a little internal family work where you recognize which voices those are. Oh, that's my father. Oh, that's my mother. Internal family systems. You can pinpoint where these are coming from. And that's not how you want to talk to yourself. Those old tapes running in the background. So you can witness. Because if there's somebody in there telling you you're not good enough, or you didn't do it right, or you're a burden to others, or whatever the voice is that's in your mind that's getting in your way, oh, I can't believe they did that to me. Whatever that voice is, there's somebody listening to the voice saying all of that stuff. And that's the one who witnesses. That's the one who listens. And you're going to be in a deeper presence with them after a journey. Deeper presence with you, the actual consciousness that listens to all those voices. So in the weeks after your journey, pay attention and try not to leap on the first voice that pops in there. Remember to witness that thinking, to witness the feeling in your bodies, because you're more attuned and you're softer. You're all mushy. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for that. What's on the next slide? Aha, we've already been doing this a bit, but I would love if anyone in the crowd has a psychedelic experience that they would want to share, maybe a little 3-minute synopsis of some of what may have happened to you in that journey. This is a big ask. You want to share one? All right, jump in. 3 to 5 minutes.
It's probably going to be a little shorter than that, though. Okay, so like I said, my name is Nova, right? So there was a time where I took shrooms. I was at home. I was in my room. And I just bought this plant, and it was I don't even know what kind of plant it was, but it was cute, you know, from Kroger or Walmart or whatever. It was nice, and I loved it. And I would sing to it and just touch it and hug it, and took my shrooms, and the plant decided to start talking to me. So the plant told me that its name was Silky, and I'm looking at this plant, and I'm like, Silky? Okay. And I'm looking at its leaves, and I'm like, you're so beautiful. And I'm just like, there was just like an aura emanating off of the plant. So I'm in my feels, I'm in it. So mind you, I'm having good feels, because with everything, I like to tell myself, hey, I'm about to go into this. I know how I want to feel when I experience it, and I want to have a good trip while I'm there. Show me what I need from spirit, right? So some hours go by. Next thing you know, I went from Nicole to Nova. So God came down and told me my name was Nova. So I'm adopted, for one. So my birth mother didn't name me. I was baby girl McDonald for 2 weeks. And then I was named Nicole after that. And then I was like, okay, victory of the people, but what about my own personal victory? I'm tired of being everyone else's victory. God's like, no, my child, your name is Nova. So with the meaning of Nova, it's just, a star that shines brightly, goes into reclusion, shines brightly, like shining. I'm shining on you. Feel me? You know what I'm saying? So like it was really, really beautiful, and that was my experience with it, and that's how I got the name Nova, because the source told me my name, and yeah.
Thank you so much. I know a lot of people who've had psychedelic experiences and changed their names. It's really something. It's like you get a deeper understanding of who you are, and you want something physical or experiential to reflect that. But it wasn't like you chose it, it chose you. Yeah, it's really cool. Anyone else have a recent experience they'd like to share? Yeah?
Okay, is standing here fine? Is this okay? Okay, I don't know. I had I've had many experiences with psychedelics. Magic mushrooms are the answer. They're one of them, but they're the answer. And it was like, this is back in Portland. I just got back. Wonderful place. Everybody should visit. Anyways, it was like the anniversary of a weekend that, I'm like gonna get choked up, was just not great, traumatic. And a lot of different things were happening, and I decided to have myself a journey to get connected, because I'm like, that's the only way I'm gonna get through this. So, with a little help from some marijuana and a little help from another substance called ketamine, I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about that. It's also one of the answers. Oh my God, it was exactly what I needed, and I was with my best friend who I'd moved there with. She's like soul sister, like we're like the same atom that got split and somehow managed to find one another in when we're supposed to, it's like this woman over here. She's meant to be in my life, 110%. Anyways, oh my God, it was like, I have never felt more connected, and it was just this wave of just everything is okay. Even though the weekend was happening and it was, relatively sad, I just I knew, I had no doubt in my mind everything was okay, and we were all connected. Every single person I walked by, every single car I saw, the music that was on, it was all this source itself was just playing this beautiful movie for me, and I don't even, I'm out of words. It was insane. And I had an ego death, okay? I let myself just die. I was like, okay, if this is it, I had a good life, I'm on to the next. I'm just gonna get recycled back in and everything's gonna be okay. It was just this sheer feeling of being so connected to everyone and everything, my plants, just the sky, all of it. It was insane, and it was just what I needed, and I believe it came from God, itself. Everybody's got to do it. No peer pressure, but I love what y'all are doing. It was amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I love that. You said it better than anyone could say it. That's the universal experience for so many of us. We're all connected, and it's okay. That's the message. Yeah,
It's like being conscious as a newborn as you come out, and then being like, I just took my first breath. But you're a newborn, and you literally just got here. That's what it's like. It's like, oh, shit. It's really like that.
You come out with a child's brain. Yeah, in the best way. Yeah, yeah. I actually would like to take a moment to talk about ego death. Everybody not familiar? A couple of us never heard of this? Okay, got a few questions here. Jump in.
How many of you have had an ego death? Raise your hand. Well, so there's a lot to talk about with ego deaths. I'll go into this. I experience an ego death every time I sit with the mushrooms now. I Essentially, when you're in the medicine and you're going really deep, one of the first things I do is I curl over and I bundle up and I get cozy, and just kind of after I get confronted with all of these unpleasant sensations, and I just open myself up to them and I say, okay, more of you. What do I have to learn here? Oh, are you good? You got that lesson? All right, we're going to go somewhere else now. And so then it confronts me from another direction in my life, from some hostile energy comes at me, and I welcome it. Anything hostile, anything uncomfortable or unpleasant is a lesson, and I welcome it. And just, okay, give that to me. And then when I keep surrendering, if I just keep releasing control and surrendering, I find myself in this moment where I snap. My body goes away. I'm no longer confined by this body. I can feel it, just this open expanse. My whole being is everywhere. It's every particle in the universe. I'm no longer confined by this body. I'm no longer confined by this mind and this persona. I am everything. I am all things. I'm the universe. I am you, and you are me. We are each other, and we are because of each other. And every consciousness in the universe is just a window through which my eternal soul peers. And I'm in that space, and it's eternal. There's no beginning, there is no end. There never was a beginning, and there will never be an end. Everything is consciousness, and it's pure and everlasting. This is just my ego death. I don't know what yours is like. And this one just keeps happening. It just keeps coming back for me. But there is a purpose that we think ego deaths serve, and there's also a calling to ego deaths. And I think you know what I'm talking about. I want to pass it over to you.
This hit us both like a ton of bricks a couple days ago. We realized that, trigger warning, suicide, when we have ideation that we want to give up and that we feel like this life isn't worth living, I have interpreted that to mean that we need an ego death. We don't actually want to die, but our sense of self may need to be challenged or broken down so that we can realize our oneness, because when we're so stuck in separation, we think we're alone. That's when we most feel like we don't want to be here anymore. So if you've ever felt that, I want to normalize that. I go through that sometimes. I know she goes through that sometimes. I think it's pretty common in the human experience to feel like you want to give up sometimes and you don't want to be here anymore. What if that is an ego death calling you? You don't need to die. Come sit with the mushrooms and see what happens. Thank you. And we run into people very often that are tortured with that exact feeling. So we work with some deep, heavy stuff, and whatever you may be going through, if you're feeling called, talk to us. We're generous. We invite you into our community space. You don't have to necessarily sit with us, but we want to spread the understanding and the education about this, because, man, I don't know, maybe some of you are going to relate to this. If we could just give all the world leaders a mushroom journey one day, something would change. It would change quickly. I know. How are we going to make that happen? What's on the next slide? Existential question. Ooh, we didn't plan this one really directly, but one of them's going to pop in our heads.
My first thought is, how is love embodied in your life, by you or by others?
That's a good one. I'm going to answer it while you think about it. And somebody, I know we got some extroverts, somebody's going to come up here and talk about it. How is love embodied in your life? It feels most pure to me when I'm encountering a non-human soul, like a cat or a dog, and you don't have to have words to engage them. If you have a real sweet connection with an animal creature, there's just an understanding in your being, because they're a being too. They're not the same kind of being, but who's to say that they're not I mean, like, we think they're not because of the understanding of ourselves as separate, but I feel like it's most pure when it's a non-human connection and I'm just with it. Love also feels really embodied to me when I have quiet time in nature and I just feel the perfection of and the abundance of nature doing exactly what it does. Everything is exactly where it needs to be, and I realize that I'm a part of that. That's a great prompt.
Love in my life feels most embodied to me when I'm coming from a place of service. And even if it's to a stranger, even if it is in an overcrowded Waffle House where the tables aren't getting bussed and that server is losing her mind and this lady needs to sit down, well, I'm going to go take some plates off that table. And here, have a seat. Just random acts of kindness, random acts of love, and remembering I love you, and looking at everyone and remembering you're my family, and you are me, and loving the temple that is my body, because what I do to myself, I do to you, and what I do to you, I do to myself. And that is when love feels most embodied in my life and most pure. Anybody else have a moment of love in your life you'd like to share? I see you in the back. Come on up here with that fabulous hat. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Unity. My representations of love in my life is how I develop with my friends. How if they're going through a bad time and I know that they start to lash out, I know I have the space to be like, hey, it's okay, just go ahead. And then they're like, I'm sorry. And it's like, I know, I understand. It's all right. Be mad, be angry, be sad. I'm here for you for that exact reason. So I love you for that. And they're just crying with me. I'm like, it's okay. And then when I get that type of way, and then I need space, and I need people, and I'm starting to go out, and I'm starting to lash, and they're with me, like, I'm here for you, Trin. Thank you. 'Cause I needed that. Because sometimes you always can't be perfect.
Thank you. Thank you. Feeling your feelings, giving people space to feel theirs. Anyone else? All right. Oh, hi, Will. Hey. You know what? If we have about 5 minutes left. Okay, I have something I'd like to do, but it requires consent first. One of our friends just walked in the room. Do we have consent to ask for one of your practices? Can I call you up? Hi. Thank you, Will. Thank you. This is Will. He's a friend of ours. We love him dearly. And he's always showing up with excellent practices for embodiment. So is there anything that comes to you for today?
The first thing that comes to mind is grief. So grief is a package with a lot of emotions: sadness, anger, fear. I've heard a quote that says, you know, the feeling that you've, one of your feet has like been pressed on and the blood flow hasn't gone to it for a while, and then as you like regain the blood flow in the foot and it wakes up, and that feeling is grief. It's something that you didn't realize you lost, and suddenly you miss it. A good way to embody it. I do this practice. It's kind of intense. It's borrowed from Tibetan Buddhism, where they vividly imagine their death, from the moments leading up to it, to after the death, to their body decomposing, and then there's a tremendous amount of peace with it. So one thing you can do with anything you fear that you will lose is to just step into the fear and just imagine, you know, if I'm in a relationship that I feel so afraid to lose this partner because they're conditional on my happiness, then I would just like sit there and imagine they're gone. Just one day, poof, they're gone. And just like go through the process of losing them, feel the entire package of grief, and then feel what happens afterwards. Feel the continuous buzzing of life that will continuously come at you and nurture you gently, patiently, and everything will still be all right. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Will. Yes, you want to wrap up? Go ahead.
The sunlight has taken over. In conclusion, thank you so much for being here. A round of applause for everyone who showed up for this. If you're here, you might be kind of into shadow diving, and I think that's pretty sexy. So if you'd like to connect with us more, we'll probably go hang out in that front room to visit a little bit so we're not interfering with the next talk. Also, tomorrow morning at 11 a.m., we'll be at Hodgepodge Coffee Shop in Atlanta. That location is about to close, so we're trying to support them the last 2 months that they're here open. So if you can come out and hang out with us at 11 a.m. tomorrow, you'll have even more opportunity to hear our stories and share what you have going on for you and meet more people in our community. So thank you again so much. It's an honor, and enjoy the next speaker.
Thank you so much, everybody who participated, everybody who held space and listened. And thank you, Will, for popcorning up here. Thank you. Yeah, you can follow us on Instagram and on Facebook. Entheo.
If you're on Facebook, that's probably one of the best places to go. It's Entheo Temple Atlanta Sacred Psychedelic Mushroom Church, and it's a Facebook group. There's about 1,200 people in there. So if you join that group, it's a good way to stay connected. There's also a meetup group by the same name, Entheo Temple Atlanta Sacred Psychedelic Mushroom Church. And then you are Alex Himes on Facebook and Instagram, and I am Mira Joleigh on Facebook and Instagram. Thank you again, y'all. Enjoy your Mushroom Fest. All right, what was the instruction?
It wasn't. It was I have a gift for y'all in the car. Said, do you drink wine? I said, but. I know. I feel so blessed. Woo, that's a first.
I had a question.
Yeah.
So like you guys talked a lot about like how we can like utilize all the traumatic experiences, right? I was wondering, like generally you would say that you had very positive experiences. Like I'm kind of scared that it might neutralize the positive experiences as well. Is that something that I should worry about? Subjectivity of my experiences, that like this is not objectively good, it's just something that I've been encoded to feel good at, which I was just like, oh, I feel like for me, it's not that it made things less high, but it made me realize that it's not high for everything. And I think, it's good that I have that perspective, but in a way it's also like, as a musician, it's like, oh, I might think this is beautiful, but not everyone else does, you know? And it's like a sad but
problem I had last time.
Really like the talk. Thank you. Yeah. No, you guys are great. Love it. Thank you. Yeah, psychedelic.
Our bag is gone by the Entheo temple and
I remember. Thank you. Alex, right? Nice to meet you. Thank you.
So that way you can talk to people, but also if you don't talk through the mic, no one's going to hear you through the camera. So, yes, sir. And you can take it off and walk around with it, or do whatever you want. I just felt like bringing a stand over here would make your life a little bit easier.
Get it just in the right places. I've been enacting and some other stuff where I've had to deal with them. So
Like you've done this before, huh?
almost, just almost. We'll give you all a moment to be riled up. Let them funnel in a little.
Thank you so much, everybody, for coming today. We are so blessed to have all of you here. I hope you're having a great time. We're here with the Horti-Culture crew, and they're going to go ahead and give a demo on how to cook some of these mushrooms so that you can better understand, like, it looks pretty. It looks like I could do something with it. I don't know what the heck is going on. And they're going to show you exactly what you can do so you can go and start making your own meals at home. Much love, y'all.
Thank you, Paul. Cheers. Thank you, Paul. So, folks, one of the things I always hear constantly is, what do I do with this? Well, that's actually simpler to understand than the question is. So, really, you can do anything with a mushroom that you can do to an onion, a piece of meat, anything else that you have to have never been in a kitchen to not deal with them. And so I'm going to just go ahead and show you how easy some of this is. We're going to start off with our King Blue right here. So this guy here is just simple. Same as everybody else that basically grows mushrooms. You're going to have this little area on the back where we picked it off the block. That's the only area of this that you don't want to eat. The rest of it's all edible. One second. All right, so you can just do a little V cut to take it out. It won't actually hurt you if you did eat it. The thing being that I don't think that wood chips taste very good. Most people I've found have usually agreed with me. Most people. Then all I'm going to do is give this a quick rough chop. Bear with me, it is my first go at one of these. No, is everybody else having fun? Because I know I am. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get our pan heated up here. All we're going to use to start out is oil. And here's the biggest thing with mushrooms. They love oil. Use plenty of oil. I'm using olive oil, but you can use bacon fat. You can use coconut oil. You can use whatever is going to give them the flavors you like or what you like to use at home or is good for your diet. It really doesn't matter. I have not found a wrong answer yet, but I know somebody will. Honestly, I don't know off the top of my head how many calories these really have, but at the same time, you're going to go and have a lot less calories than a piece of meat. You know, really. And they're saying you got to look at what kind of oil and seasonings, and really that is the truth of the matter, because the mushroom's not going to add the unhealthy parts to this meal. The unhealthy parts are what you add because you like it. In this case, yeah, butter's great, but it will make it unhealthy real fast. So in this case, we're keeping it simple. We're going to do olive oil. And then I'm just going to use some salt and pepper, and then I'm going to hit it with a little balsamic to glaze it at the end, which is what if you've come by our booth, that's what we've been doing with the mushrooms before putting them on a cracker with some garlic chev, which if you like that, it's on our Instagram, and it's super simple. But at this point, I'm just waiting for this pan to get hot. And also the fun part about this presentation is you get to come up and eat something. You could go a lot further in depth, you know, and definitely make them food processed or whatever. But at the same time, it's just not really necessary. You know, especially if you're just trying to go and get these out. Now, the one I'm gonna show you how to cook our chestnuts as well. I'm gonna say right now that these are not my ideal chestnuts for demonstrating, but we went through a lot of chestnuts, a lot more than I expected, so I kind of have what's left. But then at the same time, I'm gonna show you how to do a lion's mane steak. And lion's mane steaks are super simple. Everybody's always intimidated by this mushroom. And I'm going to show you how to do it as a teriyaki glazed lion's mane steak, which you could just put over any fried rice or fried vegetable stir-fry mix or whatever. Super simple thing. It's actually, in my opinion, the easiest mushroom to cook. I wish this little electric heater was a little bit faster. It's not quite like the ones I have in the kitchen. Well, actually, does anybody have any questions for me while we're waiting on that to warm up? All right, so the question is that part I cut off the back, if I could go and still utilize it. And the answer is yes. Yes, I could. You know, granted, at the very smallest thing, I could feed it to my chickens or something else along this way. But if I wanted to use it in my own cooking, yes, I could still do that. Now, I could add it into a batch of stock, or something of this nature, broth, but I would still want to be using a fine enough strainer when I strain it out, so that way I don't have those little wood chips and soy hull pellets and oats getting into the rest of my stuff. Again, won't hurt you, just isn't the most wonderful. No problem. Do we have any other questions? Yes, ma'am. I actually really am happy you asked that. You will not get any. So the question was, does it lose health benefits when you cook it like other vegetables and other things? And the thing being that mushrooms are kind of a strange creature in that they go, maybe I need to turn that on, that's why it wasn't warm. But But at the same time, here's the crazy thing about mushrooms. You really want to cook a mushroom to get the health benefits, unlike anything else. Because mushrooms in their cell wall contain chitin. Now, chitin, I don't know how many people know about this, but this is also one of the main things in a crustacean or insect's shell. And so it makes it hard. And so thus the cell wall of a mushroom is so dense that we don't have enough body heat to actually go and warm it up enough to get all those nutrients and all the good stuff out. So I always suggest that you should cook a mushroom for that reason, if nothing else. Also, a lot of these mushrooms really taste the same when you don't cook them. They're just so similar that it's like, why spend the money on this extra fancy mushroom when it's still going to taste like a button mushroom when you didn't cook it? You know, other than color maybe, which sometimes I get for the golds in a special salad. You better be charging those people enough. But otherwise, yeah, just go ahead and cook them, and that way you get all that health benefits and all the good stuff out of that mushroom. Do I have any other questions? Any other questions? Let's see if I'm hot now that I turned it on. And it was on low. I'm so sorry. I wish that this was going a little smoother for this part, but we were kind of running with our heads cut off all day, so. All right, so he wanted to know how long mushrooms last in the fridge. And again, this is going to vary. Now, if we're going to go with the idea that these were freshly picked. And so just makes it easier. But in general, most of the time, you're going to get 7 to 10 days with an oyster mushroom. You're going to get right around 7 days with a chestnut mushroom. And I've found that they sometimes like to breathe a little bit more than the other varieties. Now, if you are talking lion's mane, I've gotten over a month before, because it has an incredible shelf life. And the biggest thing for that one is you just got to watch this not turning brown, doesn't have a bad spot. And so that's almost the same for any mushroom, because when one part goes bad, it'll push the rest of it bad really quick. Now, keep in mind, you can always cook them, put them in Tupperware, and use them for another week. So I basically grow wood-loving mushrooms. So that would be more of the shiitake, where portobellos are dirt lovers. And I tend to find that I enjoy the flavors you get out of shiitakes and other wood-loving mushrooms more than dirt-loving mushrooms. And so, yes, is the answer on that. But really, everybody, it's a matter of preference, you know. I like plenty of things other people don't like. It's hard to tell. Yes, ma'am. All right, so mushrooms do not like plastic, and that's a wonderful question right there. So whenever you get mushrooms, really a lot of times how the stores sell them to you is not the best way to keep them and keep them for a long term. You want to go and put them in paper, and in general, normally folding over the top of a paper bag and putting them in your crisper if you have space is the best route. But if you don't have space in your crisper, they'll do perfectly fine in the fridge. I actually find that there's sometimes I can get way longer out of a bag of mushrooms in my fridge than I can from the box I have to store in my cold storage. There we go. Somewhat wondering if that plug's working. So the question I just got was, what do chestnut mushrooms taste like? And so a chestnut is actually very similar to a shiitake, where it has the same umami, earthy flavor that that shiitakes have. But the difference with them is that it actually has this really amazing nuttiness, as well as little sweetness on the back end. And also the other difference that I really like is that with shiitakes, the stems tend to be so fibrous you don't really want to eat them. So thus, you have so much waste. Where with the chestnuts, the stems aren't that fibrous. They're a little bit more than the caps, but not as bad as a shiitake. So I don't mind going and using them in my meals. If I really want them to be all the same, I'll just go and remove the caps from the stems and start the stems cooking sooner. All right, so right now all I've got here is some olive oil. We're gonna give these a good little sear. It's gonna take a moment because my thing's not heating up as fast as I would like. I don't know, we've been putting this thing through the ringer lately, trying to do all these different things. So the question I just got is, how long have I been cooking? And that's kind of a weird question, because I really started cooking when I was about 8. But I actually went and got my degree in culinary arts, and I have been a chef for different places and different things. I really just was wanting to do something where I could get out of the kitchen. And I also thought I would have nights and weekends. I was sorely mistaken. I do get more nights, no weekends. I saw a question back here. Over here. Where am I at? Okay. I don't try to dry them and then cook them, because really that's more dehydrating or something like that, where I find that if I'm going to do anything to them otherwise, I'm going to go really at the point of dehydrating, you're going to go and then basically remove all that water, so you need to put it back when you use them again. Where with this, all I do if I'm trying to go and kind of get some extra moisture out to get them less rubbery, handy dandy other pan to push them down. Because really, that's one of the quickest ways to get a good sear on your mushrooms, is just pressure. So the question is sauteed versus sear. So really that's kind of a question more of how firm do you like your mushroom, or how meaty do you like it to feel, to your mouth feel. So, when you can saute pretty light, and that's gonna go and get the flavors in there. The mushroom's gonna be cooked thoroughly enough for you to enjoy and everything else. But I personally like a sear to my mushroom a lot of times, especially when I'm talking about these lion's mane cakes. And the big reason for that is the more sear I got, the more it just has that mouthfeel of meat. And so it's a great substitute then for me, because I like meat. That's another good question. Honestly, I find that rinsing mushrooms, actually, I feel that they don't cook as well when they are rinsed. Now, the thing being, depending on what kind of mushrooms I'm getting and where they're coming from, is where I might rinse them. Especially when you're talking store-bought button mushrooms that they've been growing in dirt, God knows where and how, then yeah, I'll probably rinse them. A lot of times I'll actually rinse them and then leave them out so they can dry before use. or just put them back in storage after that so that I can come back to them later. With my mushrooms that I grow in my controlled environment, I know that there's no pesticides, no harmful things. So I'm not worried about rinsing them. I usually advise, if anything, to just go and take a paper towel and dab them off. That's actually a really good question. If you're putting it in liquid, then yes, that's not going to make a big difference at that point. It's mostly for if you're trying to saute or bake a mushroom, especially if you're trying to get that sear on the outside, that you don't want them real wet when you're popping them in there, because that just makes it a little harder to get it to that point that you're looking for there. That's what I'm here for. Don't be sorry. It kind of just is a preference thing there, especially depending on what I'm cooking. You know, if I'm gonna throw them in a robo-coop, I don't really care whether which way they are. If I'm making like a douchon or something, but if I am doing a salad or something with them, especially having them raw or just barely cooked, then I would prefer to get them whole and chop them myself, because really they'll oxidize some, especially buttons. Some of these store ones, they oxidize, and so do even like these guys here. You know, now that I've cut them, it's actually letting some of those white areas turn yellow from the air. And so I think it's better to not have that happening for a longer period. I do. He asked how hot the pan should be. Right now I'm trying to get this thing up in temperature to get the oil hot, but usually I'll keep my temperature right between medium and high for my cooking normally, once I can get it up to scale. So the best place to buy these is from us. And so I am with the Horti-Culture, which I felt you guys probably heard, but I can repeat right now because I've seen some people in and out. But yes, I'm with the Horti-Culture. We're located out of Snellville, but we do all the mushroom markets with these guys, which come next year, they'll be doing them here off at this Avondale, or this Wild Heaven instead of the Avondale Wild Heaven. You can also feel free to stop by our booth and grab a card so you can look us up online. We are happy to have people go and arrange orders from us that they can come out to the farm and pick up, which some people think it's just fun to come check out the farm even. But there's also plenty of other people around that you can get mushrooms from. And I'm not going to say that we're the only option. I'd rather people go and experience this and get the mushrooms in their hands than go and limit it to just myself. So if for some reason I know somebody that's near you or does something near you, I'll usually tell you. So just hit up a mushroom advocate or a grower. A lot of times we'll work together to make it happen. All right, so any more questions while I'm going? Right here. Well, not really, because it can do it just the same way. Now, the thing being that normally with a piece of meat, because you can pressure a piece of meat to help get that sear and stuff. The biggest difference is that I feel that when I pressure a piece of meat, it pushes out a lot of those good juices inside that's going to keep it nice and juicy later on. Where that's not going to be the same thing for a mushroom, because the mushroom is just so much water weight that when you're doing this, pushing it down to get some out isn't going to hurt it. Yeah. So you can see, as I just was saying, I'm pressing these down. So that just is helping me speed this up a little bit and get that sear on there a little faster. Especially because it took a moment to figure out whether things were on or not. So, depends. She just asked what the best kind of pan to cook them with is, and it kind of depends to me. Like the lion's mane, and when I'm trying to cook that kind of like a steak, I do like to use my cast iron. But then when I'm trying to do a bunch of them for a saute thing or something, then I really do like to use a non-stick. Especially I would say the more fragile the mushroom is, the better it is to use a non-stick. But that also comes back to use plenty of oil. Otherwise, they will stick real bad. Preference, it just really, I can push harder with that than most spatulas. So that's really probably the biggest reason I like to use the smaller pan. And essentially, you know, it kind of gets down on the edges a little better than I can with a spatula. I guess so. You guys probably have been watching. I've been having these in here for a moment now. It did take me a moment to get the heat up, but same time, I get this question a lot from people of, should you be concerned about overcooking a mushroom? Mushrooms can take a lot more cooking than most of your things, actually. I usually, if I'm doing meat with my thing, or like say a pasta dish or a stir fry or something like that, I normally will cook my mushrooms first and get them in the pan very first, because I find that, especially if you're trying to get that sear, it's best to start out with them and then move on to your other things. Because a lot of times they do take a while, especially if you have just a little hot plate like this. They didn't like me having the propane. Question was, what am I looking for in a perfectly cooked mushroom? And that's something that will vary from mushroom to mushroom. Like the oysters here, I am looking for them to have that nice sear and be thoroughly done. The chestnuts, shiitake, stuff like this, I'm not usually trying to sear those as much, mainly because they have so much flavor to them already, and I'm not trying to go and overcook that flavor out. But then lion's mane, I'm always trying, that one's kind of a middle ground. I want that sear on the outside, but I'm not really looking to try to entirely dry it out in the middle. At least for most of the dishes you'll use lion's mane for. There is always an exception to the rule. And that comes back around kind of to the thing of they're wanting to cook them longer. But she was asking, is there any way to make a mushroom taste good on a grill? I actually love taking these King Blues. I'll give them about a half-hour marinade because they are sponges. So I'll do a half-hour marinade with them and some of my favorite ingredients and sauces and whatnot, then grill them. And that's how I get flavor into them that way. And if I was doing them on kebabs, I would definitely make just mushroom kebabs, then grill them a little before, so that way they can get enough char on them. And that, because, you know, really you want that char flavor from cooking on the grill. But yeah, and if you are trying to keep it vegan, you can always use vegetable stock as your marinade. Were you asking something? I sure can. So she's asking about the different kind of oyster mushrooms and textures. And there's some variations in flavor at times, but in general, a lot of oysters are pretty much the same in flavor. Your biggest variation is the textures. And that's kind of from mushroom to mushroom. Like I have these pinks out here that they are just so brittle that I can't really keep them as a whole cap to try to cook them. I always advise people to look at it more like ground meat. And so I'll go and give them a rough chop after removing the one back part and just use them more as a ground meat, which I love using them for like tacos and different stuff. And then with like these King Blues, pretty much all your blues and really thicker mushrooms, they're going to be great for sauteing. They have a nice pork to chicken texture when you do them right. And then like you got really, really light ones that are like the golds or our brown oysters that we have out there. And these guys are great if I can give them a little flash fry, use them for decoration, or even use them. Those are the ones that if I'm going to use raw in a salad or more towards the raw side, this is the ones I'm going to do it with. Was that enough for you? Because I'm trying to think of other things that I could tell you about that, but there's not much. All right, so I'm finally about getting to where these are pretty well cooked, at least for the first level of cooking, where they have a light cook, but still, you know, not a major sear to them, but enough of a cook that they would go and release the nutrients, be pretty good to deal with otherwise. So I'm just going to hold this up because I want to get them a little further. But that's what we're looking at. You can see that they still look pretty soft for the most part and are. But I'm going to try to push that a little further so we can get a good sear on them, and then we'll go and move on to some other varieties and do those while whoever wants can come up and grab a piece and try it. Yes, sir. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I'm not sure. You're talking about the oil getting saturated into the mushrooms? It is a sponge, but at the same time, oil will burn away. And especially as I press them and that water combines with oil, you know, have you ever had a kitchen fire? All right, so you go and ever have a fire in your pan, do not throw water in there. It's going to make it worse. Use milk. But yeah, so it is a sponge, and that's a good thing because you want it to have enough oil in there that it keeps it from sticking and keeps it getting that sear. But at the same time, it's not going to just like be sopping wet with that oil because it wants to cook out still too. Now, if we get too scientific, you might go beyond what I know. The question is, do I have a favorite mushroom? And I have favorites, but for different reasons. I love our copperhead oyster because it is mainly all cap. And it's a nice middle of the road mushroom that's versatile and I can keep in my kitchen to use whenever. I like lion's mane just because it's such an interesting mushroom to me. How it grows, how it looks, how you can deal with it. And even though it's scary, it's so easy to work with. And then the chestnuts are another favorite of mine, but that's because of the flavor profile there and the fact of them being more of a culinary delicacy for that reason. Because in the cooking world, yes, we want fun-looking things, but at the same time, flavor is number one. And so most chefs I know, at least for the higher end places, want to go with a mushroom that has a bunch of flavor to it already. Not something that's just going to taste like whatever you add to it. So he's asking about truffle mushrooms and cooking, and there is times where you'd cook them, but you want to not cook a truffle mushroom really too much, because this one is more of an aphrodisiac and is there for its smells and flavors. Sure, you want to cook it some to release some of that, but I wouldn't want to cook it like I'm cooking this, because that would actually probably damage some of the flavor on that one to overcook. I wish I could tell you more, but we don't really have truffles around here, and I can't grow them. If I could, I would. Again, I usually will start my mushrooms before the onions because, like right now, I'm going to go ahead and start finishing these off because they're probably fine enough for most people and everything. But if I was cooking for myself, I'd let these keep going for a bit longer just to get that real nice sear on them and everything. But so with me, I usually will do my mushrooms first. But that's a preference thing. Again. So what I've added otherwise to this, other than the oil, was just salt and pepper. So we're not getting really crazy over here or anything. And all items were bought at Lidl, so you can do it pretty darn cheap too. Because I like saving money. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and call these as being, they're ready. So I really want to get on to some of these other mushrooms, and I'm not sure exactly what we're doing for time. Okay, so it's going fast. We're going to go ahead and do lion's mane next then. And so you just noticed I poured these in this pan and then add the balsamic. That's partially because I'm trying to kind of keep some of the work done for cleaning up later easier. But you can just go and glaze them in your pan, and it'll actually kind of thicken that a little and make it a little bit more of a glaze on them. Anybody that would like to come up and grab a piece and try it, go for it. All right. Yeah, I'll tell everybody. So the gentleman just asked me how you know if lion's mane's fresh. And so one of the best ways to tell is the coloration. This is actually probably a day or two old. You can see by the yellowing it's starting to get. When it's fresh, it's pretty much pure white. And then at the same time, these will bruise. So every now and then you'll notice a little black spot here or there. It's not hurting it unless it's gone too far, and then it is hurting it because it's making it mushy. But at the same time, if you see a little bit here or there, that's perfectly normal. It's just how it works. Sorry, I didn't realize I should have brought napkins. I was trying to pull everything together fast. This guy here has got a little bit of browning to it, so we know it's a couple days old, but at the same time, perfectly fine. Really, the biggest thing with these is normally if they get too brown or black, no good. And there's sometimes actually, depending on how good your fridge or AC or whatever works, or if you leave them out, they'll dry up before anything else. I do not put any mushrooms in a plastic bag. Always paper bags for mushrooms, because and I'll store them in the fridge, because mushrooms don't like plastic, because there's so much moisture to them. It's okay. That happens. We could probably get that rinsed. So as you see, I just put the lion's mane in, and simply all I did there was push it down with this other pan. And so that's helping it make into a patty. There's a little piece. And so we're going to cook this for a bit, get a nice sear on the one side, and then we'll flip it. You can always, if you prefer to, you can season stuff beforehand. It's not going to hurt it. I just don't care to season my stuff beforehand personally, because of how mushrooms will cook down, and you tend to sometimes add too much salt or pepper when you look at it at first, and then all of a sudden you have this much less and you're going, oh, that was not good. Yes, ma'am. She asked, when a mushroom's dried out, is it still viable for tinctures or for cooking? Now, if that mushroom has been dehydrated properly, then it can be reconstituted or ground into a powder for seasoning or tinctures or cooking or whatever things of that nature. Now, but again, it needs to be properly dried. If you have it where it just dried on a tree, I would not use that in cooking or tinctures or anything. I have some reishi around that I got that way. I only will use it as a table decoration. I will not go and ever advise anybody to put it into their mouth. Now, I am not a specialist on this, so there might be some other opinions from people that have a little bit more of a degree in this than I do. All right, she asked what the proper way to dry a mushroom is. You know, the best way to dry a mushroom is going to be using a dehydrator. But if you don't have a dehydrator, but you want to go and dry a mushroom, I've actually learned this from my mother, who did this, where she would put it in a paper bag on top of a fridge and let it dry out that way. It's, you know, again, I don't know if that is necessarily the best idea. That is not my scientific specialty. But I have found it's not it seems to work. I would say, you know, as long as it looks pretty much fine, you're probably fine. But the thing being that at that point, for a lot of mushrooms, I wouldn't do it. And especially if it dries out in your fridge, it's not necessarily a good sign. That means that it basically had all the moisture pulled out of it. Because one fun thing that not everybody knows about fridges is that that's how they cool. They pull the moisture out of air. And that's what freezer burn is, when they pull the moisture out of your food. But that's not any way that I would ever advise drying your mushrooms. On top of apparently works, but in, not so much. All right, so we're getting a nice little sear on the one side. I'm going to flip it, give it a little seasoning. And that's why I always tell everybody that this is one of my favorite ones to work with, because it is just this simple. It's like that other one, you saw how long that took me just to get a sear on it, but lion's mane, it tends to go pretty quickly, especially in a good cast iron. And you see how we're steaming here, so you do want to be careful during this part. Essentially, if I had a good rag, I'd be using that to help myself do this, but I have what they call chef hands from spending many years in a saute line, so I can take a little bit more than most. All right, so I just squeezed most of the water out of this. I'm going to pretty much just now wait for that to go and dry up, cook up so it's not too moist and gets that sear on the other side. And then once I get to there, all I'm going to do is pour some teriyaki into the pan here and deglaze and glaze it, and then that'll be done for that. We'll slice it up and see about letting you have a little try of that. Yes, at this point, once it has the sears, yeah, it will be cooked through and through, it's enough cooking to allow it to be, for your body to do what it can with it and get all the nutrients out and all that good stuff. You're very welcome. I appreciate all the good questions from y'all, because they kind of just called me up and were like, "Will you do a cooking presentation?" It's like, well, I guess I can. I've cooked a lot of mushrooms. Yeah, and I actually love using wine with my mushrooms. Yeah, you know, absolutely. Sherry, nice Sauvignon Blanc. And actually here, when I'm doing these, I don't mind doing a little red wine with my lion's mane at times, especially if I'm trying to go and shoot for more steak-like flavors. Use that. And the fun thing, too, is then it sometimes makes it look a little bit more like steak because it dyes it that red. It's just one of those cheat things. Actually, there's this video that's been circulating where somebody goes and takes some food coloring, which I hate to use food coloring in my food. But they use some red food coloring in their lion's mane before they cook it. But it is insane how much that thing looks like a piece of steak when they go and serve it up like that. Just going to drain a little bit of this water so we can speed this up. Any other questions? Yes, sir. You're going to have a seared outside like you would a normal piece of meat, but then it's going to have a nice tender inside. And so, why do people always call when I'm in the middle of these? So, you know, it to me really does look like you took like a piece of pork loin and just sliced it on up or something. And we're almost done here, and then everybody can get a try. This is also why I kind of like having flames. Flames are just so much better for cooking off. Maybe next time I'll just hide the tank in here until. Yeah, Paul saw it because of course, we also brought a 20-pound propane tank, and he's like, I don't know about this. It's like, it's okay, Paul. He's like, gonna go and blow stuff up, it looks like. I'm like, we can do that too if you want. All right, so I'm almost there with this. Just taking a moment on this stupid little burner to get all that cooked off. Because as I was saying before, these mushrooms have an insane amount of water to them. And that's when they were like, are you going to be able to take an hour doing this? I'm like, just trying to cook the water out, yeah. Hopefully people have enough questions, too, because... I do appreciate everybody going and sticking around and hanging out for my burner working part. Well, honestly, normally once they're cooked, you don't really have to worry about the plastic anymore. You know, it's more before they're cooked, just because then that goes in. The plastic just gives them a good realm for all that water in them to go and just be able to create bacteria and other stuff. That's a big reason why I don't like it. But after they're cooked, it's basically the same as any other food. You can go and store them in Tupperware, put them in a plastic bag. If you want to save them for later, sure, freeze them. You know, I have learned recently that people are freezing mushrooms and keeping them really well. I never have been the biggest fan because I kind of feel like it makes my mushrooms a little slimier if I freeze them before they're cooked and defrost them. So normally if I'm going to go and try to store them for a long period, I will cook my mushrooms and then freeze them, and sometimes put them out on parchment paper so I could go and keep them from all sticking together. Especially because you come out and you're like, well, we're only cooking for 2 people. We don't need all that. I promise I will be done with this someday soon. Yes, ma'am. I love that question. Actually, I have to go and throw a little bit of credit to one of our biggest customers called Under the Cork Tree. They actually use our chestnuts in a large amount of their dishes, and they recently just did a duck one that I haven't had a chance to try yet, but I am dying to because it looks amazing. But they also, it's over, and Under the Cork Tree is about Roswell Road, right about where 285 and Roswell Road meet up. It's just off the exit, so it's easy to get to. I also have had a great risotto from Three Blind Mice that gets them from us. And I'm trying to give some credit to someone that doesn't get them from us, but to be honest, I haven't been out eating mushrooms out as much as I would like lately because been a little busy with business. Yep. But what one were you saying? And that's right across from the dairy place, right? Yes, and I think that they have an awesome chef over there. And one of the few times, La Samia, it's a vegan restaurant, and they do a lot of Lion's Mane dishes, and they work with so many mushrooms that you have a nice plethora of options to get there. How am I doing for time, folks? All right, so I'm going to just finish this off because this is right there, and then I'll cut it up, let y'all sample it as I get out of the way and make room for the next guy or girl. I don't know who's presenting after me. They might even be here. Is the next presenter here? Okay, at least. Oh, all right. I do know the next presenter. He does a great presentation too. I heard all about it from my partner, so I do definitely suggest sticking around for his presentation if you have the time. So, again, thank you, folks. I'm going to slice this up, pop it in this pan. And of course, big thanks to Atlanta Mushroom Festival, Paul, Dave, for putting this all together and having us out here. You're so welcome, thank you. And mushroom cooking, that it was like, all right, could probably go and do that for an hour. That one there was a king blue oyster. Yeah. No, I always just flash cooked them like in butter. And that's what everybody always thinks. It's like, no, mushrooms can take a good cooking. And kind of that's what gets it to where it has that meatiness. Yeah, that's cool. I never saw that. I've even seen people cook it without butter or oil to get that more flavor out of it. Yeah. No, I would be scared to do too much with no oil because it sears it. It's like it burns it, and then it's supposed to bring out the flavor if you try it. And then you add the butter afterwards. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. You're so welcome. That went fast. I need a higher heat. I mean that like a nice way, not in a, yeah. Yeah. Well, I brought a different guest was. He's about to be putting down. Let me try to get out of the way. Cramping up. Sorry that there wasn't more. It's honestly, I've never seen so many people in this room.
So you go out this door immediately on your left where the stack of food is. There's a trash can. Still recording. That's all it really matters. That's all it really matters. Yeah. Okay.
That worked well, buddy?
Yeah.
Nice. Everybody ate it up?
So yeah. You never know how you're gonna do with one of these little competitions.
Right, exactly. How's everybody doing? Have a good time, right? Nothing like a wonderful mushroom festival. I've always said, anytime I'm around people that have to deal with mushrooms, everyone's happy. Like, everyone's happy. I've never brought anyone miserable on mushrooms, so it's good that you guys are here. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for coming along. If you stop by my booth, Cultivating Wisdom, thank you for stopping by and cultivating wisdom with me. That's what I'd like to do. Paul's getting our little slideshow ready, and then we'll start. I'm going to talk about microdosing, about how microdosing changed my life, what microdosing is, the importance of intentions, the importance of knowing that there's work to be done, the importance of integration, the realization that this is a tool in a toolbox. This isn't the tool. This isn't, a one-man show.
So same thing as last time. This is for light.
pointer?
And the thing is over here.
Okay.
So if you're pointing it over there,
It's
it's
not
not
gonna
going
work.
to
You gotta
receive
point
it.
that
So
way?
you got to point it this way.
Okay.
And then down is to go forward, up is to go backwards.
Perfect. So
backwards, forwards. And the floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Paul. Everybody, big applause for Paul. I mean, if it's not for him, he puts this together. Hard sweat, tears. He brings this all together. So Paul, thank you so much. Yeah, exactly. We need
Wish.com. Wish.com. It was the cool thing to do like 2 years ago, but now there's like a Temu and there's a whole bunch of them. One of those little Asian websites that sell stuff. Yeah. You buy it and you don't think it's ever going to come in, and then 3 months later you get that, and then plus a whole bunch of other stuff you didn't order. It's kind of fun. How much get rid of this table for you?
Oh, perfect. All right. So, everyone can hear me on the Wi-Fi, right? Yes. So, what is microdosing? Let me have a raise of hand of people who feel that they have microdosed in the past. Okay. On a protocol? On a microdosing protocol? Okay. How many people whose childhood curiosity has been poked at what microdosing is because they've read about it, they've heard about it, they've seen a guy with a T-shirt that says microdosing on it, and they're like, wait a minute, what is that about? And how many people are just like, oh, I don't even know why I'm here. Like, what are these psychedelics about? So, what is microdosing? Microdosing is the practice of using a very small amount, a subperceptual amount of a psychedelic substance to find some cognitive awareness, right? Microdosing isn't about tripping. Microdosing is about having journeys. Microdosing isn't about really digging deep inside of who you are, which you can do, obviously, with bigger journeys. So what are people microdosing? People are microdosing psilocybin, mushrooms. People are microdosing LSD. People are microdosing ayahuasca. People are microdosing peyote. So there's different substances that people are microdosing with. The most common, obviously, is mushrooms. Why? Because it's sort of less offensive, right? It's sort of, it comes from the ground. The universe has given us these medicines. Like, why shouldn't we able to use them? That's why I think microdosing is a bit, through mushrooms, a bit of an entry point into microdosing psychedelics. How did I get here? About a year ago, I'd never had a psychedelic experience in my life. I'm 54 years old. You know, I'm on my way. I am battling a really bad cannabis addiction, right? I'm at that point where it's like the cannabis has controlled me, right? I don't have control of the substance has control of me. Wake up, get high, go to work, get high at work, go home, get high, escape and get high. I was escaping from life. And it just so happens that at that time, plant medicine appeared in my world. I had never known about mushrooms. A couple of people talked to me about mushrooms. I'm like, what are these mushrooms about? I go into it as a recreational curiosity, wanting to get a new high, wanting to get something different. And soon did I realize that there's a lot more to this. And as I have my first awakening, my first experience with psilocybin, sort of I had 2.5 grams, I have what I call my awakening. Right? I realized, wait a minute, this is what my hands feel like, and this is what the air feels like, and this is what the green looks like in the trees. And as this happens, at the time I'm working at CNN, and as a good journalist, I'm like, okay, what just happened? And I start investigating, you know, and I realize that people are using psychedelics as medicine. They're using it for depression. They're using it for anxiety. They're using it for PTSD. And I come across this term called microdosing. And I start reading that people are using microdose to get over their substance dependencies or dependencies to other things. And I go in with open heart, and I start a microdosing practice back November of last year. I read about protocols, I read about dosage, I read about intentions, I read about integration, and I dive head in first. And it's amazing what it did. It's amazing how I was able to really live in the now, in the present moment, that this is where life begins, right? This is where life is. That this dependency that I had to something, call it alcohol, call it sugar, call it whatever your vice is, that you're able to that moment be conscious enough to say, maybe not right now. Like, I'm okay right now, right? I'm microdosing, you know what I mean? I'm on this sense that life is wonderful. I don't really need that substance. And that's how I was able to use microdosing to, one, overcome my cannabis addiction and completely control my cannabis addiction, and also reinvent my life at the age of 54. Because what happened was the medicine came into my life right when I was about to lose my job at CNN, where I had been for 25 years. And let's be honest, there's not a lot of people hiring 55-year-old producers. It just doesn't happen, right? So I found myself in a situation where I could have been drowning in a sea of depression of what happened, if I would have done this, if I would have done that, if I would have taken my boss flowers, maybe I wouldn't have gotten laid off. No, I was going to get laid off. That's what the universe had for me. Or I could have sat in that storm of anxiety. What am I going to do next? How am I going to get a job? Who's going to hire me? And it was crazy because the medicine said, don't worry. Don't worry. Keep your feet on the ground. Take a deep, deep, deep breath. We're going to close this 25-year chapter, and we're going to open up this whole new chapter. So I was able to use microdosing to reinvent my life, overcome a substance dependency, and really find that the magic in life exists at this present moment. That the only thing we have is this conversation we're having here. What I did walking in through that door 10 minutes ago, that's gone. What's going to happen an hour from now, who knows? So microdosing has really helped me to really harness that moment of presentness and be alive, right? So what is microdosing? Like I said, microdosing is different for everyone in the sense that not everyone's protocol and not everyone's dosage is for everyone, right? My dosage is my dosage. It works for me. It might not work for you, right? My protocol is my protocol. It might not work for you, right? It depends what you're looking for. It really depends what your intentions are. To get on a effective and safe microdosing protocol, the first thing you really need to ask yourself is, why am I doing this? What are my intentions to microdose, right? There's many people that go in because they want something different. They want to stop hurting. They want to stop living in depressive states. There's other people that just want to be better. They want to find that best self. They want to look at themselves in the mirror every single morning and go, God, I am such a badass. Like, I got this. I'm going to do this. This is where I'm going. So a couple of things that microdosing, and I forgot which way this is, left or right, or hold on. All right, so I want to go a couple of things that microdosing has done to me. One, definitely improved mood, right? That improvement in cognitive function of being able to be happy with where I am and who I am right now at this moment, right? That self-love, that once we do that, once we're able to be comfortable with our own selves, I'm sorry, this isn't working. Technology is not my thing. Microdosing and mushrooms are. No, Paul said it's this thing. Anybody? The projector's up there, yeah, but, all right. With the computer. Can you? See if it could, yeah, will it go? I'm really sorry. It's a slide, yeah. Right? Here, you know what? I'm going to go old school. So improved mood, right? That sense of today, right now, is where it's at. We all decide our own mood, right? We decide how we feel. And if we decide to love and carry positive into the world, that's what comes back, right? If we decide that sort of anger, hate, animosity, and all these other negative feelings, at the end of the day, the only person that feels this is us, right? No one else is feeling that. So it sort of really has helped me enhance my mood, enhance my ability to find happiness in myself. It's also been really incredibly important in that creativity mode, right? That mode of that creative being, that being of open-mindedness, of thinking that anything is possible, that around every single corner there is a miracle. If we live that way, it's a grand way to sort of look at life, and microdosing has definitely helped me to do that. It's really helped me to increase focus, right? I have a really good client that I worked with me who, and we'll go back to microdosing protocols a little bit, but they started on a protocol of 1 day on, 2 days off, and they said, you know what, first day I felt really good, I felt in tune, I felt focused, I was getting things done. The second day, it wasn't completely there like the first day. The third day, I found myself finding some other distractions. So they decided to go on a protocol that was 4 days on and 3 days off. Started microdosing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They would take days off, integration, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. A month into it, he gets called into his boss's office, and they're like, we need to talk to you. And he's like, well, what's up? He said, we need to figure out how your productivity has gone up 15% in the last month. And he said, the reason why is because I'm more focused. I'm completely laser focused in what I'm doing. I don't worry about deadlines anymore. I come into work thinking about the job, thinking about what we're doing. Go next one. Huh? It does? It doesn't? It does? All right. So it's the bottom one, right?
Bottom one. Sometimes it's just being silly sometimes.
All right.
Same fountain, we're good.
Perfect. Enhanced problem-solving agility. Again, when you're more present, when you're in that moment of now, when you're not thinking about the past, when you're not thinking about the future, you can be focused in that now and have that ability to really, really enhance that problem-solving ability that we all have. Reduced anxiety, right? Again, that anxiety comes from living in the future. Because let's be honest, you can't be anxious about the past. And you can't be depressed about the future because it hasn't happened. So once you're able to sort of quell those anxious thoughts of, what's going to happen a week from now? Well, why am I worried about what's going to happen a week from now? I got to concentrate on what's happening right now, this moment, right? So it's definitely helped me to reduce those anxious thoughts. Improved energy, right? I get a sense that because I'm microdosing, I'm more aware, I'm more in tune. It's easier for me to focus on exercise. It's easier for me to focus on my nutrition. It's easier for me to focus on taking care of myself. So that's been a great improvement. Better social interaction. Again, it gives us that liberty to sort of be who we are, right? To be authentic, to be more comfortable in our own skin, and that's also a way to help be, have better social interactions through microdosing. There are some disorders that there's been studies that people have used to help microdosing with. Some people have been using microdosing to help with eating disorder, to help with, like I said, anxiety, depression. So there are a lot of studies that are being done. Enhanced physical sensation. There's nothing more like being in the present, being able to breathe, being able to get every sensation that you have in your body. Those are real important. And the fact that it's holistic well-being, right? That it's the alternative to going to a doctor who the potential is going to say, well, I don't know what you have, but why don't we try these pills? And if those don't work, then let's come back and try these other ones. Well, how about if I try what Mother Nature gave me, what the earth, what the universe has put in our path, to try to see if that can heal me? So that's definitely a way to go, because if not, you go to a doctor and it's like, doc, well, are those habit forming? Well, yeah, they could potentially be, and some you might even want to die to get off of them. Do they have side effects? Well, here, let's read the whole list of side effects that could potentially have. So there's a holistic way to healing ourselves through microdosing that a lot of people have come in touch with and have realized that this could be the great alternative that we're all looking for, right? So I wanted to talk a little bit about dosage and protocol, right? There's different protocols that are going on. The most common protocol that's being used, it's called the Fadiman protocol. Dr. James Fadiman is considered the godfather of microdosing. So the idea of the Fadiman protocol is that you do 1 day on, 2 days off. The dosage is between 0.1 milligram and 0.5 milligrams. 0.5 milligrams is a higher end of microdosing. I would consider that someone who either has a higher threshold or a higher tolerance level, or someone who's been microdosing for a while. The idea of the Fadiman protocol is that first day is a dosage day, right? That dosage day, you're dosed. Everything is wonderful. Everything is beautiful. Everything's just grand. That second day is a transition day. You're transitioning out of the medicine, right? You're sort of realizing, you know what? How did I deal with those situations, with those anxious thoughts, with those depressive thoughts that I had yesterday? How did I deal with them? Let me transition them. And then that third day, that integration day, which any psychedelic journey, microdose practice, whatever you're doing with psychedelics, the integration is the most important part of the process. It's the key to making sure you're getting the most out of whatever you want out of that psychedelic. So the Fadiman protocol calls for 1 day on, 2 days off. What I suggest, what I do is, I do this for about 4 to 5 weeks, and then I take a 3-week break. You take a 3-week full integration break where your tolerance comes down, you get to sit back in your real humanity of who am I, how did I deal with these situations, how do I address these problems that I had before. That's why those integration periods are really important. Those are smart, because then it gives you more time to journal. It gives you more time to say, you know what, maybe if I meditate a little bit more, I can find myself. It gives you that opportunity to find other healing modalities besides the microdosing, besides the mushrooms, that you can sort of continue into your life. The other protocol that's very popular is called the Stamets protocol. This was conducted by Paul Stamets, very, very famous mycologist. If you've seen Fantastic Fungi, I'm sure you've recognized him. He's got a little mushroom hat on. He's got a beard. Wonderful, wonderful person. And he did studies where he would have people use niacin and lion's mane to stack with their microdosing. And his protocol calls for 4 days on, 3 days off. That's the protocol that I worked with that person who had the deadlines, which is constantly, the deadlines were in his head. He was able to sort of get those out of that through doing the Stamets protocol. And then the other protocol is a balanced protocol, which is going back to the same thing. This is citizen science, right? Microdosing is a really brand new healing modality that people are using. So there's not major studies, there's not major, institutional documentation that has been done on this. So it's a lot of citizen science, and citizen science is journaling, finding out what flows for you. I tell people, what should you feel when you microdose? You really shouldn't feel anything. You shouldn't feel high, you shouldn't feel dizzy, you shouldn't feel, elevated. What you should feel is that life is amazing. that life is beautiful, and that everything I need at this moment I have in front of me. I don't need anything else. I have another great story of a person who I got on a microdosing protocol who they came to this country at a very later age. They're very self-conscious about their accent, so they don't like to speak in public. It's just sort of something that, they're frozen. They get frozen. They start to microdose, and that first day, her and her boss were doing an outsourced call for about 25 people, and 10 minutes before, her boss texts her. He doesn't even call her. He doesn't sort of FaceTime. He's like, I can't do this. You have to do this. I have a conflict of interest. And she said for a second, she literally like froze and was like, oh my God, how am I going to do this? And she took a deep breath and she's like, wait a minute. All I'm doing is talking about my work. It's talking about my job. So some way the microdosing was able to make her be her conscious and not that self-conscious of my accent and are they going to understand me and am I going to be able to sort of communicate what I'm doing. She said, no, just go and speak. And afterwards, everyone was like, oh my God, that was the best training we've had all week. Like finally someone told us not how to do it, but why to do it that way. And from everything she sort of senses, it was the microdosing that was able to give her that confidence in herself to say, you know what, I can do this. I got this. So protocol is a bit about that citizen science, about finding that what I call the afterglow. If anybody here, who's here had a psychedelic experience? No, you don't have to answer that. If you've had a psychedelic experience, there is this sensation afterwards when you're coming down called the afterglow. And the afterglow is one of these beautiful sensations where you just really feel that life is amazing, that just being alive, being able to take a deep breath, being able to be connected with people, being able to just be alive is beautiful. I tell people that's what you need to look for in a microdosing practice, that afterglow, that sense that you wake up in the morning and go, man, life is good. Today's it. Today I'm going to get it done. Around every single corner, there's a possibility of a miracle for me because there is. And if we live that way, if we think that way, it's easier to sort of get through life with everything else that we sort of go through. Effective ways to get on a microdosing protocol, start low. It's like there's an adage or a motto in the psychedelic world that you can always take more, you can never take less. So once you're past that taking too much, you hold on for the ride depending on how much you did. So definitely start low. I tell people start 100, 150 milligrams. Get on a good week, 2 weeks of finding that protocol that works for you. Don't mess with your dosage, right? Sometimes people are like, oh, you know what? I'm going to try just a little bit more. No. Let the medicine take its course. Make sure your intentions are that roadmap that you want the medicine to have. So that's incredibly important. Stick to a schedule. Like I said, this isn't a one-day thing. This isn't, I had a bad day, let me take some mushrooms to see if my day gets better. No, that's not what it's about. That's not microdosing, right? That's finding some way to escape what you had, right? So keeping on a schedule, right? Keeping on a good schedule, journaling. Journaling, because we are citizen scientists, is the most important part. Know at what time you dosed. Know how much you dosed. Know how you felt. And a lot of people think journaling is like, oh my God, I got to sit there and write a book about what. No. Journaling is very easy. Journaling is, what are your intentions in the morning? I intend to be a better person. I intend to not let my thoughts overrun me. I intend to smile at a couple people today. I intend to go into the supermarket and say good morning. Those are your intentions. And at the end of the day, I just write what my high and my low was. What was my high? Something I want to share with my grandkids one day about what happened today. And what's my low? Something that maybe I could work on better. Something that maybe, you know what, if it was in a different situation, I could have acted a little bit different. So sticking to a schedule is incredibly important. And monitoring and reflecting. It's us, right? We're healing ourselves, right? We have to be able to understand what we're going through, what we're feeling, right? What we're looking for. So that monitoring, that reflecting is really, really important. Mindset and environment, right? I go back to the same thing. This is just a tool in your toolbox. If your mindset is not the right way to use the right tool, the tool's not going to work, right? It's about your mindset. You set yourself for success in your microdosing protocol, right? What the microdosing is going to do is the mushrooms are going to open up your perceptions a little bit. They're going to open up those neural pathways. They're going to connect new neural ways that maybe weren't connected before. That's what that'll do. But again, it's all about your own mindset. If you go in with a mindset where it's like, everything's shit, everything's horrible, then potentially that's what it could be. But if you go in with an open heart, with a sense of like, you know, I can be the best person I can be today, then that mindset will sort of help you stay forward. Stay informed. Educate yourself. Like I tell people, don't microdose because I microdose. Like, don't microdose because you came and you heard some workshop and some guy said, oh yeah, he reinvented his life through microdosing. I'm going to start microdosing. No, do a little homework. Do a little homework. Find out what's going on. Realize what you want to microdose, how much you want to microdose. I mean, I've been on protocols of psilocybin and I've been on protocols of LSD. They're two totally different, very different sensations. Everything, yeah. So again, educate yourself, right? Have those intentions. Know that that day that when you start to microdose, there's no questions. You know what you're doing. You have the confidence in yourself that this is going to work, that you're doing this for the right reason. So that mindset and that education and that keeping abreast of what's going on, what studies are going on. I have a Google alert on microdosing, right? Just to sort of know, you know, what new studies are going on, what people are doing, what's happening, you know, what reactions people are having. Purity. Sourcing is obviously the biggest question, right? I can talk to people about microdosing all day long. Their question is going to be, where can I get mushrooms? To me, what most people should do is the power of your healing should be in your hands. I'm a big proponent of growing your own mushrooms. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. They have little grow kits now that you can have a personal grow kit. You don't have to grow for everyone. If you grow a tub and you have friends and you want to share the medicine that the earth has given you, then you can do that. But I'm a big believer and big advocate of growing your own medicine because it's your medicine. It's your healing. Obviously, if you're like, well, I don't have time, I don't have room, definitely find a reliable source, right? Find someone who you know, who's microdosed, who you trust, who they have someone who they trust. That would be the second way. Then there are companies out there, Cultivating Wisdom, the company that I have, we've tried to affiliate with companies who I myself have sat down with the owners. Two, I've gone to their factories, and I get a sense that they're reliable. They're doing what I call something that the medicine has taught me is that we need to go out and manifest love you money and not fuck you money. Right? If we do that as humans, if we manifest this type of money that it's for me, but it's also for you, because if I get, you get. Because if I invest in myself, I can give back. That's a lot better way to live than chasing any other type of money, right? So what I've done is that I've created a sense of community affiliates, right, through Cultivating Wisdom, who we feel are doing this with their heart, right? They're not doing this to sort of make a whole bunch of money. They're doing it because they love the power of the mushrooms. They love what the mushrooms have done. They love the healing powers that they've given to people. So it's don't go and buy mushrooms from Joe Schmo on Instagram. It's just not smart, right? It's the medicine will find you, right? Somehow the medicine will always end up finding you when you're ready because you have the right intentions, because you have the right thoughts, because you want to do this the right way. What was the other slide that I had? Is that it? That was the last one. Again, it's the universe was very kind with what it gave us, and unfortunately, we found ourselves in a situation back in the '60s where there was a government that said, "Wait a minute, hold on a second." There's a lot of people asking a lot of questions. People are saying, "Why are we in a war that we're not even halfway around the world?" There was women saying, "Well, wait a minute, we need equal rights." There's a lot of talk about racism going on. So the government said, "Wait a minute, let's schedule these things as drugs and forbid people from having them and having access to them." And that's where we were for a while until, fortunately, in late 1990s, Johns Hopkins decided to say, "Forget it. We're going to start doing studies with psilocybin for people at end-of-life care." And next thing we know, we have Emory University, who has a whole division dedicated to psychedelics. It's not one professor, two professor teaching psychedelics. It's a whole division dedicated to psychedelics. You have NYU has a division of psychedelics. Ohio State has a division of psychedelics. Berkeley University has a division of psychedelics. So we're realizing that psychedelic medicine has this incredible power of awakening the human mind, of really being in touch with who we are, right? So what I say is, look, I get it. It's a crime, right? But if healing myself, if having the power of being a better person is a crime, then I'm going to be a bad boy. I'm going to be a bad boy. Yeah. Power to the people. Our ancestors have used these medicines for centuries and centuries and centuries. Let's give the power back to the people. Let's teach people. Let's educate people, right? If you use psychedelics, I get it. Not everyone can wear a shirt that says microdosing, right? Your boss is going to be like, right, microdosing, is that drugs? Are you on drugs? Yeah, but if you can, manifest this, because you might open up somebody's possibility to say, wait a minute, you microdose? I've heard about that. I've read about that. Can you cultivate me with some wisdom? Right? Look, a couple days ago, and all types of conversations, I'm at the supermarket, and some woman looks at me, she goes, do you microdose? And I went, yeah, how can you tell? Because of my smile? She goes, no, because of your shirt, dumbass. And I went, oh, okay, I got you. And she said, before microdosing, I would have a bottle of wine every day. I'd get home, have a glass, say, I want to forget work, I want to forget the kids, whatever, I'm going to have a second glass, and I'm not going to leave that little bit left in the bottle. So I was downing a bottle of wine every day. I wasn't present for anybody. I wasn't present for myself, for my son, for my husband, for work. She says, now I microdose every 3 days. She goes, I've never been so present. I've never been so aware, so in touch with who I am, what my kids are, what I need to be for them, what I need to be for my husband, what I need to be for my job. So it's that awakening, right? It's that conscious awakening that we all need to have, right? We're also sometimes lost in this, or 10,000 things that we have in our mind, that we don't have that time for what the medicine told me to do. Put our feet on the ground, take a deep, deep breath, and realize that everything we have is beautiful. Everything we have is grand. What we have at this moment is right here. So, again, microdosing changed my life. It helped me to reinvent myself. It helped me to get over a cannabis addiction that really had me gripped. And I had tried for a long time in my life to say, I don't need that. It gave me that mental power. So I'm here to answer any questions about microdosing that you guys have. We'll start with you. Yeah, so it's a great question. It's a great question. And being an addict, right, especially to a substance, there's always that sense of, where's this new high? So my first intention, right, was a recreational curiosity. That was it, right? How did it happen? Someone very close to me had an experience at Martha's Vineyards, 4th of July. They were like, you don't understand. I felt like a child, like my kids who an hour ago I wanted to kill them. I realized why I loved them so much. And my husband, I looked at him and I'm like, oh my God, I have the best man in the world. And the fireworks were going off and it was amazing. And I was like, wait a minute, that sounds pretty cool. That sounds like a cool high, you know? A couple weeks later, we used to do this bike ride here in Atlanta called M&M. It's about 200-300 people would ride. And I'm riding next to this one person, and he's just got a smile from ear to ear. And I'm like, dude, you okay? He's like, I just had some mushrooms. I feel like a kid riding his bike for the first time. So for me, my first intention was that recreational curiosity. That being said, I understand that there's a lot of people who are very scared or have trepidations of trying psychedelics. I get it. Why? Because there's people that come up to me and say, Cesar, I had an experience back in college, and there's no way ever I want to live that again. I'm like, okay, but I'm going to have 2 questions. One, how much did you have? I have no clue. That's the first problem. What were your intentions? I didn't really have any. That's the worst problem. So it's sort of, intentions are a big part of a psychedelic journey, right? What is it that you want out of this, right? Because if not, it's very easy, because your mind is opening up to things that maybe you weren't aware of that were there, that might be hidden, especially on a big journey, that you might be going down some roads you're not ready yet to confront, right? And look, a big psychedelic journey is not going to take you to Nightmare on Elm Street. It's not going to take you to Freddy Krueger's house. It's not going to take you to Jason's house. It's going to take you to your own demons. And are you ready to confront those? Are you ready to sort of look at them in the eye and go, why are you here? What is it that you want from me? What is it that you want to teach me? So it's a great question because, yes, people are scared, all right? And in that sense, the idea is educate yourself, right? We overcome fear by knowledge, by wisdom, right? We overcome fear by talking to other people, by sharing stories, right? By communicating. There's a great psychedelic association here in Atlanta. They meet Wednesday nights over at Culture South, Creature Comforts, Culture South. I don't remember the name. It's just right down the street. Every Wednesday night, 7:30. Incredible, incredible group of people. I always love to use the analogy that we live in Atlanta, right? We live in Georgia. It's very divided, incredibly divided. I mean, our elections are decided by hundreds of votes, not thousands of votes. But this is a place and this is a time where you know that in there are people that are red, there are people that are blue, there are people that are pro-life, there are people that are pro-choice, there are people that are anti-gun, there are people that are pro-gun. It doesn't matter. Like there's something about psychedelics that makes us human, that makes us realize that humanity is what it's about. It doesn't matter what color we are, it doesn't matter what religion we are, it doesn't matter what nationality we are. At the end of the day, the only thing we all, every single one of us in this room has in common, no doubt, is that we're humans. Every single one of us. And if that's the only thing we have in common, then that's what we should tie on to and connect to that mycelium like the mushrooms do, right? To sort of have that human connection. Because if not, we're continuously being divided. And to me, that's something that psychedelics and microdosing has helped me to do, right? To sort of really be aware and happy with life, to be able to sort of walk in the supermarket and say good morning to everybody, because it just makes their life better, makes my life better. So there's a couple companies I work with, Muse, M-U-S-E. They're on Instagram. They're a really, really good company. Come and see me. I'll give you a code for them to use. It's really good. There's a couple other companies, Entheo and One, that we've been working with and sourcing with. So if you guys want, I'll be up at the booth afterwards. I could give you guys some details on how to get in touch with them. Correct. Correct. They're not. They're not. And that's why, again, it's a little bit citizen science. It's a little bit about knowledge. It's a little bit about knowing the strains of mushrooms you're getting, right? There's a difference between golden teacher mushroom, which is a very calming, very warm, knowledgeable mushroom type, and there's mushrooms like penis-heavy mushrooms, which are on the higher end of psilocybin count in them, which sort of are a lot stronger mushrooms. The idea is to sort of keep your mushrooms the same, right? If you're microdosing golden teachers, continue to microdose golden teachers. You know, if you can, measure out your own dosage, right? I'm a big proponent of growing your own medicine, having your own medicine, grinding your own medicine, weighing your own medicine, knowing exactly how much dosage you are getting every single time. So you're right. It is like cannabis where it's just all over the place. It's, you know, starting slow with whatever mushrooms you get, getting them from a reliable source, right? Knowing what type of mushrooms you're getting. And that citizen science, right? That citizen science of continuing to journal, continuing to sort of keep your dosage consistent, you know, over a long period of time. Yeah, well, obviously two totally different experiences, right? In the sense of microdosing is sub-perceptual or sub-psychedelic, as they call it. I've had several in the year. I've been, you know, microdosing, sort of psychedelics have come into my life. I've had 4 big experiences. One of them, the first one, which I had my birthday of last year, I would call probably one of the most profound experiences of my life. Because it opened me up to a lot of things that I didn't realize about myself. It took me to some dark places of my past childhood, which I needed to address, right? Which I needed to see with my own eyes and realize what those episodes in my life were doing to me now as an adult. I've also had journeys where I went in with really good intentions of, you know, figuring out where I was going next, where my business was going next, and the medicine was like, yeah, well, those are your intentions, but we got to show you something else. And this is this is what we're gonna do. And it was at a time where I just become completely enthralled with work, with this new business, with the new company, and I had sort of my exercise routine, had gone to the side, the nutritional routine had gone to the side, and I literally was a cancer patient dying for 3 hours. And it felt like I was dying. I was looking at myself in the mirror, and it's like, you're going to die. And towards the end, the medicine said, look, I'm going to be honest with you. Anything you've done before today to get sick, there's nothing you can do. You're going to get sick. But moving forward, there's so much that you can do to not get sick. Get back on your exercise routine. Get back to your nutritional program. Because all these other dreams that you have of other things, you might not be around to see them. So the difference between that microdosing and that macrodosing is that macrodosing can really open you up to a lot of experiences, a lot of situations that, yes, they're mind-altering, but they're situations that maybe your mind needs you to see. Where the microdosing is more, let me sort of at least get in touch with who I am. Let me live in that now. Let me be authentic. Let me be the best person that I can be without having to go deep inside my heart, my soul, my brain to try to, see what the medicine wants to teach me. Correct. Correct. Yes. Yeah. Correct. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Definitely. 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 And the other thing is that sort of microdosing is a little bit less, I don't want to use the word offensive, but people will get a tendency more to say, you know what, I'm going to microdose before I'm going to macrodose, right? So, and for me, it was that way. Like, I had a medium dose, right, that was the awakening. Then I realized that microdosing was the thing I needed to do. And then afterwards, I had bigger journeys and then have used the microdosing to sort of tune in, those macrodosing experience. I mean, microdosing is, turning up that volume a little bit. Macrodosing is like, I'm going to crank that thing all the way up to see what happens. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. The medicine will let you know. I'm a big believer. I'm a huge believer that the medicine will let you know. Look, I didn't know. I went into my microdosing practice not having, I'm going to have a macrodose. And it just so happens that 2 days before my birthday, I just was going through YouTube, and there's this documentary between Deepak Chopra and Paul Stamets, and they're talking about their heroic journeys, and the medicine was like, and now you're ready. So it's listen to the medicine, listen to yourself, right? Don't jump into anything, just you'll know. She was first. I do. I coach people through my personal experience, guiding them to get on a safe and effective protocol. I sort of, we go through what their intentions are, what they're looking to do, what they want the long-term outcome to be, where they see themselves, where they hope to be, 6 months down the road. So we'll definitely work with people that way. We're also sort of doing some group coaching going on. Correct. again, it's what the person's intentions are, right? The work comes from the intentions, what the people, what the person, what the client wants out of their psychedelic experience, right? And it's hearing them out. It's listening to them, right? Because there are people who are wanting to microdose because they just want to feel better. There's people who really want this because they feel like they want to heal. So each person obviously is going to be a little bit different because of what their intentions are, because of what they're looking for. Definitely trauma, like childhood trauma is going to be worked out through big dosage, right? Through macro dosage with good contention, right? With people around you who are going to hold space, who are going to be able to sort of be there for you and have you get that sense of safety. That's, I would recommend that part of trying to heal trauma, right? If someone's saying, well, I want to be a little bit more creative, right? I want to be more in tune with myself. Or even the addiction, right? That substance dependency where it's maybe if the microdosing creates a little bit of consciousness where at that moment, instead of saying, I want to do this, you ask yourself, do I really need this? Or you say, you know what? Not right now. That I feel might be a little bit easier to work through microdosing than having someone have and go on a big journey, you know, for something that maybe they can start to work on a lower dosage. And what's the what? So I've been doing about every 3 months, and again, for some reason, somehow the medicine finds me. It's just one of these situations. And that goes back to the story of the biggest dosage. This was August of this year. I get invited to go down to a retreat in Jamaica. And they said, hey, can you come down? We're starting this new retreat. We'd love for you to sort of help us promote the retreat. I was like, sure. You know what I mean? Sort of, okay. And I had some intentions. I was going through some stuff that I was working on that I thought the retreat would really help me, you know, answer some questions. Not realizing that this was a really deep dive retreat. Like the first day, right off the plane, it's like, okay, we're going to work on some stuff. We need you to take 4 grams. And I was like, whoa. Like, I just got off a plane. That's like a lot of medicine. And they're like, we're working. Like, this is a work retreat. Like, we're gonna find stuff. I was like, okay. That first day again, 4 grams that's a good sized dosage. That's a good sized dosage. That opens up a lot of things. It put me in places where I needed to sort of be to answer questions about myself, about where I was going, you know. And then afterwards, I go back to the doctor, and I'm like, yeah, I just, you know, this is awesome, but I have more questions. Where other, you know, journeys that I've had on those dosages, I've come out, you know, with a little bit more answers than questions. And here I was like, well, I don't know, I have a lot of questions. And she was like, well, it's a 4-day retreat. You didn't expect to be healed in one day and then what, just relax the whole rest of the time and hang out by the pool? We're going to do some work. So I was like, okay. Next day, she said, okay, you ready to go deep? I was like, yeah. She goes, we're going to do 7 grams. And I was like, okay, I guess if I'm here for a reason. This is a doctor. I trust her. Let's go. And what an amazing, powerful journey that was. It started very deep. It started almost darkish, right? In the sense of like, go ahead, go to sleep. That's what you want to do. Do it here in Jamaica. How poetic would that be? Just end it all here, you know. Then you don't have to worry about bills. You don't have to worry about, you know, this work. You don't have to worry about if you have clients. You don't have to. It doesn't matter. And part of me was like, no. That's what's going on. And when the doctor came in, she was like, okay, if that's the case, then what's your legacy? And not for your kids, not for the people around you, not for the people that believe in you, but your legacy. And something clicked like right away. Like, what is it? What are these demons that I have that I'm dealing with? Who is telling me that I can't? Like, who is doubting me? I'm doubting me, right? My ego's doubting me. And if I can't control that ego, then it's no good. I ran out of the room, dove into the pool, came out the other side like I was rebirthed. And I'm like, of course, this is what it's about. I'm going to retreat in Jamaica. If I don't believe in myself, who's going to believe in me? This is what it's about. And on that same trip, I was able to have the immense blessing to sit with 5-MeO-DMT. If nobody knows what 5-MeO-DMT is, it's bufo. It's frog venom. It's these frogs that are in New Mexico and Mexico. They secrete the venom from it. The venom is psychoactive. And I got to sit with 5-MeO-DMT. And that was a blissful, amazing, incredible experience where I realized that I'm God, you're God, he's God, she's God, she's God. We're all God. We're all our own God. And if you want to believe in another God, that's fine. But unless you believe in yourself as that true God, everything else is just, you're going through the motions. So it's 7 grams was the answer to that. And I actually just did a wonderful journey. If you guys want, January 18th, the East Institute, which is a healing center here in Atlanta, we're going to have a wonderful Microdosing X event. They have a wonderful, wonderful place. They do group healings. I was just in their facility, and we did a wonderful group healing Saturday, a week ago yesterday. So that was the last journey. So that was a long answer to your question. About every 3 months, it seems that sort of the medicine is called to me, and that 7-gram journey, which I don't know if I'd ever do that much medicine again. That was definitely a lot. So the first question is more adverse effects that we've seen through microdosing, or people who shouldn't do it. That's a good question. From research I've done, people who have bipolar disorder is sort of not schizophrenia. You know, I'm a big believer that higher level of disorders like that, you really should go through your doctor, right? You really should at least, you know, have a conversation with your doctor and say, look, this is something that I've read about. I've seen that some people this has helped. What do you think? I'd say that. And I've been able to unpack my journeys through conversations, through talking to people, through having honest experiences, through saying, you know what, I saw, felt this, felt that, I'm working through this, I'm working through that. It's these human connections, right, that sometimes we sort of try to figure out our own things ourselves, that we sort of block ourselves off. So for me, and again, this is just my personal experience, I've been able to sort of unpack myself and reinvent myself through these human connections that I've made. I can hardly hear you, but because you got people there. I would definitely say golden teachers. I would say golden teacher is just a softer type of mushroom. It's a little bit kinder. You know, it's not, you're not going to such peak levels sometimes that you can get with penis envy. But again, it's citizen science, right? There could be someone where penis envy might sort of really put them in that flow state, and golden teachers doesn't. So it's sort of, it's a bit finding what your sweet spot is, and once you find it, just keep that consistent. I think there's some similar effects, right? There's some mushrooms that are going to give you a lot higher visuals, a lot higher sensations, right, than other mushrooms. Again, I would study up, right? I've personally used golden teachers. I've personally used albinos, and I've personally used penis envy. Again, the penis envy is on a lot higher level, a lot more sensations, a lot more visuals. The golden teachers have been a little bit more kind, a little bit more gentle, a little bit more loving. So it's every single strain, right? There's I think it's 270,000 strains of mushrooms, of which I think 10% are psychoactive. So, you know, every mushroom might have a little different effect on you. I would say golden teachers. I love golden teachers. I personally love golden teachers. If you can find golden teachers, those are my favorite mushrooms. Yep. Mhm. For microdosing, or for the East, the East Institute. The East Institute. Yeah, the East Institute. Yeah, the East Institute. You know, I've worked hand in hand with them. I've sat down with both owners and sort of really had heart-to-heart conversations. And I really believe in how they're tying these indigenous traditions to modern medicine, right? It's not this whole clinical, you know, it's a pill. We need to have a clinical setting, and no, there's a clinical theory, there's a clinical evidence, but at the same time, really going back to these roots of these indigenous practice, these sort of, it's, you know, taking back the medicine to where it came from is really what they want to do. So the East Institute is a beautiful, beautiful place. January 18th, we're having a workshop. We're having a couple people from Microdose Institute that are coming in to sort of lecture on the past, the present, and the future of psychedelics, and definitely talking about microdosing. Yeah. Anyone else? I did microdose today. Today is a microdose day, so that's why I'm smiling. That's why yeah. So I appreciate you guys. If you want to check us out, Instagram, it's cultivating.wisdom. It's a lot of me just sort of, you know, sharing my experiences. Cultivatingwisdom.net is the apparel brand. Part of our proceeds are going to Vet Solution, which is an organization that's helping veterans find psychedelic therapy and psychedelic healing through that. So, you know, big love out to our military members and vets. And then CesarMarin.net, you can find me there if you know somebody who needs healing, who wants some coaching, who wants someone to smile at. And if you have parents that are older and you need someone to talk to your parents about microdosing, I do have gray hairs. They can relate to me. You know what? They've lost their job. I lost my job. They've been divorced. I've been divorced. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so, so much. Enjoy the rest of the night. Of course.
What a pleasure.
Oh man, I appreciate it. Of course, man. It's always my pleasure to be here. It's always my pleasure.
Hey, how have you been doing?
Excellent. Yeah. Oh, today we did great.
Okay.
Today we did awesome.
Okay, that's what I like to hear. So far, everyone's told me they've been doing like double what they've done previous.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. It was definitely good.
Amen. Okay.
Yeah, good. Thank you, brother.
No worries. Thank you.
Cesar Marin. Sí. Mexicano. Gracias, papá. Bueno, lo voy a seguir. Gracias, muchas gracias, parcero. Que Dios me lo bendiga.
Pedro, mucho gusto, César. Para tenerlos próximamente. Exacto, dale. Ahí te sale todo. Yeah, gracias, César. Gracias, papito. Suerte, ¿sí? Lo mismo. But that's got the phone number and everything.
I have a question. What's your thoughts on Schedule 35 versus like
Hello, hello. Hey, brother. No, you're the best. I'm sorry the clicker gave you a hard time. I think it's just low on battery, and that's why it's not like pushing the juice like it should. Well, of course. And hey, we're, they want to hear us talk. They're not here to see if the clicker works or, the presentations are nice, but we're here telling, just going through the presentation doesn't mean anything. We got to stand here and tell it to them. So, yeah. Left to go and, yeah, the rest of the day. Okay, perfect. Okay, awesome. Hello, all you beautiful people. Really excited to give this talk. Every time I give this talk, I always kind of take a little scope of the room. So who here has grown mushrooms or is currently growing mushrooms? Okay, 1, 2, cool. Maybe, cool. Okay, good. Okay, well, there you go. We got 4. Awesome. So I'm gonna be totally honest. This talk is going to get into some serious weeds of science. This talk is about using a very specific culturing technique in order to improve your ability to cultivate. So there's a lot of different ways you can cultivate mushrooms, but this is the cabin sequestering technique is the biggest innovation in culturing that has happened in almost the past 100 years. And this all happened, published in December of 2019. And so it came out during COVID. Not a lot of people have, because I've got a background in chemistry, I'm constantly looking for new publications that are being released. Yeah, this is the same talk I did last time. I'm still trying to just push people to just like take it, just learn about it, try it. It's good for you, and it's even better for your mushrooms. So if, it might be a little heavy for some people. I just want to make sure that I let everybody know that this talk is very science heavy, and it might be a little bit more than you're looking for. But I do appreciate you being here, and I hope that you can learn something through this. Okay, so my talk's about cabin sequestering. The original publication was a handy method to remove bacterial contamination from fungal cultures by Xiaoxi et al. And I'm super excited to give this presentation to you so you can learn more about this technique. Okay, so why cabin sequestering? The bane of mushroom culturing is contamination. And you have generally two different types of contaminants, fungal and bacterial, and then you have two different types of contamination sources, endogenous and exogenous. So things that are either contaminant from the environment that are coming into your culture, or things that were already growing with your culture, right? And so if you have an endogenous infection, it's very hard to tell that it's infected. And so you'll grow mushrooms, and you might have success once or twice, and then all of a sudden, you take your agar plate or your liquid culture, and you put it in a grain bag, or you put it in your substrate, and then all of a sudden, it's just mushy. Constant infection, infection, infection. You don't know why. You think it might be the technique, it might be this, it might be that. No, the infection was with your culture from the very beginning, but you just didn't see it. And so this is about trying to overcome all the shortcomings of antibiotics, because antibiotics, for the most part, when you put them in agar, doesn't really work. It works a little bit, but as you'll see later in this presentation, it is not 100% effective. It's not even barely 50% effective. And so a lot of people will also try and use nutrient-deprived media. So by not providing enough food for the contamination to grow, they assume that eventually the mycelia will grow past the contaminant, and then you can select a clean piece of agar, transfer that to a new plate, and outrun your contaminant. But the problem with that is obvious, right? The mushrooms need food, just like the contaminants need food. So when you don't put any nutrition in your agar, you stunt your mushrooms just as much as you stunt everything else. And so there's got to be a better way, and this is exactly that. It's much more efficient, it's much more time effective, and with a few tweaks that I'll be presenting later, you'll be able to see how you can run multiple samples on a single plate. So you can be very resource and time effective too. So before I get into cabin sequestering, I want to kind of go over the previous techniques that have been used throughout history. So the first is the cold pour technique by J.E. Masheshik. And basically what he was doing is he was taking the agar and then waiting for it to cool down to the point right before it solidifies. And while it's still cold, he would pour it into the plate and then take his contaminated fungal sample, put it into the center at the very bottom of the well, and then he would wait until the mycelia had grown far, far away from that centerpiece where the contamination was. So he was encapsulating the contaminant and the culture in the agar, while the agar wasn't hot enough to kill the culture, and then waiting for the culture to grow through the agar until it reached far away from that inoculation point, and then from there he was able to get clean cultures. The problem with that is obvious that, it's very hard to tell when the agar is cold enough, right? It's kind of subjective without having a thermometer. And even if you did have a thermometer, you have a very small window. It is a very, very, very tight window between, okay, it's not that hot and I can stick this in there, and then it's solid, like a rock. And so later on, you can see here, there's almost a 70-year gap between any innovation that's happened. And so now you go to S.S. Coe, and he developed the flip and scrape technique. So what he would do is he would go and take the contaminated piece, put it on top of the agar, let the contaminated piece grow through the agar, and then he would cut a window in the back of the agar plate if it was a plastic plate, and he would select some agar from the back of the plate, or he would flip the entire plate over, and he would then go and select from the back of that plate by flipping it. So if it was like a glass plate, you can't cut through it. And then later, in 2009, N.J. Kother et al. Went and created this agar sandwich technique that doesn't look quite like this sandwich, but I thought it was really cute, so I wanted to include it. It looks more like this, where you have your contaminated mycelia piece, underneath a giant cover slip of agar with another agar plug on the top, thinking that this may contaminate, this may have some small amount of contaminant that might penetrate through, but it's not going to go all the way through to that agar plug. So this plug, in theory, should be clean. And so this was a technique that's been used since 2009, and a lot of people have had great success with it. But the obvious downfall here is that you just need a lot of agar. You need a lot of plates. It becomes, it's just kind of a little bit more complicated than what most people are trying to do. Yes? So the question was, with the assumption behind these, was the assumption behind these techniques that the mycelia would outrun the contaminant? Yes and no. So if you're looking at fungal cultures, then it will grow, the fungal contaminant should grow slow enough through the agar that you can isolate your culture of interest before the fungal culture and the contaminant fungus ends up ruining it. And then with the bacteria travels with the mycelia over the surface of the plate, which is why a lot of people don't notice endogenous infections. So yeah, if you have a raging infection on your plate, it will show up as a giant blob, and you'll see it. But sometimes that doesn't happen. And that's what you'll see later in this presentation, is that sometimes those infections grow along with the mycelia, and you never actually see them until you put them in a super high nutrient-rich environment. So you take that agar plate, you put it in a bag, you crush it up and you shake it. Well, you've just taken that bacteria and smeared it across the entire bag. And then all of a sudden, the whole bag goes to goop and you don't know what happened. You're like, well, the plate looked clean, right? And so the theory behind this is that the bacteria cannot grow through the agar. The bacteria has no form of locomotion, generally. So some bacteria have a flagella that allows them, kind of like a tail, to wiggle through, to go ahead and wiggle through. But most bacteria don't. And so they depend on you picking it up and putting it there, right? And whether that's with your tool or with your breath or with your hands or through some other, source of contamination, you have to pick up that bacteria and place it there, or it just hitchhikes a ride with the mycelia and just rides with the mycelia over the top of the plate. But the bacteria doesn't grow through things, it grows on the surface of things, right? I don't know of many instances where a disinfectant is having to disinfect deep inside the surface to kill some sort of bacteria that's in the table instead of on the table, right? And so if it has to, with all of these properties, you're having to grow through the agar. Your culture is having to grow through the agar, and by growing through the agar, you're then creating a separation because the bacteria cannot follow through it. It can go over it, but not through it. The fungal contaminants can, but there is it does slow it down to some degree. Sure, yes, and for the most part, you're gonna have to rely on your experience with that culture and your knowledge and your expertise of knowing what is and what isn't. So you already know what is. You're like, I want this thing to grow, and you have some experience with what that looks like, and then you just kind of make a separation. Anything that doesn't look like this ain't right. And so you just keep running away from the stuff that doesn't look like what you want. And eventually you kind of develop a keen sense of color and texture, right? Because some fungal contaminants, they all may look white, but there's a gradient of white, a gradient of color. Some are more gray, some have maybe a tinge of green, like a hue to it. Some are pure pearly white, and maybe, you know, some cultures grow out more of like a tan. And so they all have their own look and feel. Some have very dense mycelia, some have very wispy, kind of like cobweb mold. It's very stringy, wispy mycelia. And so depending upon the look of the mycelia and also the color of that mycelia and your knowledge of the culture that you're wanting to isolate, it makes it a little bit easier to kind of gauge what and how you're you know, what you're going for and how to run away from the stuff that's not working. Yeah, hope that answer your, okay, perfect. Okay, so the operational procedure for this paper was pretty simple. They took sterile media, they then burrowed a hole, AKA the cabin. They then placed the contaminated sample in the middle of the hole. They then take another piece of clean agar that's cut in the shape of a roof, usually like a square wedge, and they would place that over the cabin that they had made. So the cabin had walls and a roof. That's where the idea of the cabin came from. And then after about 7 days, the culture would grow through the agar to the edges. A sample was then taken and put onto a new plate, and then DNA extraction was done a few days later in order to go and amplify the DNA of the contaminated culture to see whether it was present or not present. Hey, can you walk around? I'm so sorry. And do you need anything else from this corner? Is there anything else I can get you? Is there anything else you need in this corner? Is there anything else you need in this corner? Okay, thank you so much. Sorry. No worries. Okay. And so what they would do with this gel electrophoresis is be able to see whether the DNA was amplified or it was not amplified. And that's how they were able to tell whether the technique worked or not. And so with PCR, you run hundreds of cycles sometimes in order to amplify the DNA. So if there's any DNA present at all, it's going to make a ton of it by the end of the process. And so usually through PCR amplification, you can have pretty good resolution as to whether something was present or not. The only way you could get better resolution is through whole genome sequencing. But that's very expensive and very time-consuming. And so gel electrophoresis is simple, low-hanging fruit and is easy for most labs to do and run in mass and not be spending an entire life fortune on doing it. So 4 strains of Myrhizae were tested, which is a very common fungi. And then on top of that, 4 different plant pathogenic fungi were also used. So to say, okay, well, it worked for one fungal strain, but does it work for everything, right? So that's what they were answering here. And what they did is they spiked the cultures with E. coli and Agrobacterium tumefaciens, which are very, very common bacteria that you would find in soil or water, you know, other surfaces. Very, very common contaminant. And what they did is they did a treatment group of cabin sequestering without antibiotics, and then a group with antibiotics, and then a group with antibiotics alone, and then a group with subculturing, what I like to call optical isolation, running away from contamination, saying, well, that doesn't look contaminated, I'm going to put that to the next step. And the antibiotics used were streptomycin sulfate and potassium penicillin, which are used for most gram-negative bacteria and are very, very, very common antibiotics that are used specifically in fungal culturing to remove bacterial contaminations. And they had created an evaluation equation, which was the efficiency of removal of contamination was equal to the number of progeny cultures without bacteria divided by the total number of progeny cultures times 100. So if you had 10 cultures and all 10 of them you were able to remove the contamination, then you would have 10 divided by 10, which is 1 times 100, 100% efficiency, right? So that was essentially how they were able to make math out of all of this. Okay, so the DNA, after they let it sit in complete media for 3 days, they would do an extraction with using the CTAB method, cetyl trimethyl ammonium bromide. not important to know exactly what that is. It's just a method used for extracting DNA from fungal cultures and from bacterial, from all sorts of stuff. And then they had primers made that were specific for amplifying the E. coli and the tumefaciens, just to make sure that they were amplifying it if it was present. And pure cultures were used as positive controls. Distilled water was used as a negative control, and 30 progeny cultures were produced for each sample and tested in triplicate, just to make sure. And so here are the results. For the MRIZA, cabin sequestering without antibiotics was 97% effective at removing those bacterial contaminations from one round of using this technique. Cabin sequestering with antibiotics was 95% effective. The publication made it very clear that the difference between these two numbers was not statistically relevant. They are practically the same. Antibiotic treatment alone was only 15% effective after 2 rounds of culturing, 2 rounds of running away from contamination. It was only 15% effective. So, you know, just slightly more than 1 out of 10 plates passed the test after doing this twice. And if you're just using optical isolation, less than 5% effective after 2 rounds of culturing. So if you're just looking at it and hoping that it's not contaminated, there's a greater than 95% chance that it is. And you just don't know it. So what was interesting is that the technique improved the morphology, the look of the mycelia in the cultures, and it produced stronger, better, healthier growth. And what was thought was because the mycelia had to grow through the auger, it would separate the weaker genetics from the stronger genetics. So the weak stuff would take longer to grow through the auger than the stronger genetics, because most of fungal colonies are multiple genetics mixed in. They're not monoclonal, one gene. They have multiple genetics, and those genetics all share the nutrients. And you know, the weaker genetics might funnel nutrients to the stronger genetics so they can push out progeny mushrooms in order to create more in the future, more opportunity for growth in the future. But through using this technique, you're able to weed out a lot of the weaker stuff and get stronger genetics. At least that's what they found, and that's what I found in using this technique for over 2 years. And what was great is that not only did it work for MRIZA, they had similar results for the other 4 fungal cultures that they had, species that they had tested. So here's a picture of the MRIZA strains. So T1, cabin sequestering without antibiotics. T2 is cabin sequestering with antibiotics. T3 is your antibiotics alone. T4 is your optical isolation. And you can see between T1 and T2, in pretty much every case, there's not a giant difference. Maybe the T1 looks slightly better on some, maybe T2 looks slightly better on some, but for the most part, they're pretty much the same. You can tell that the technique is very effective, especially when compared to antibiotics alone. You can see that there's a color difference. There's a difference in how quickly it grows. It doesn't look the same. And if you're just hoping and praying that you're running away from contamination, you can clearly see it's not working. And in some cases, you can even still see the contaminant still on the plate. There it is, your giant gloop blob. And the same thing with your other cultures. Same exact thing. T1 and T2 looked pretty much the same. T3 definitely looked worse than T1 and T2, and T4 was definitely the worst of all, and still often looked as though it was still contaminated. And so here you can see the results from the gel electrophoresis after PCR amplification. And you can see with T1 and T2, there's no bar. So this E. coli is the standard. And so this is how you can tell whether it was present or not after amplification. And then the CK is your double distilled water, your negative. So this should always be clear. This should always be the same. And then you have these 4 right here. And T1, T2, for almost every single sample, you see nothing. And then T3, you see a presence. T4, you see a presence. So if you're just using antibiotics on your plate, still contaminated. If you're just running away from contamination, it's definitely contaminated. there's a greater than 95% chance, I can almost guarantee you it's still contaminated. So, yeah, and this is the other, my clicker didn't click, my bad. So this is the other, the Gliosporidia, the Selenii, the Rodinia, and the Graminarium. And so you can still see the same thing. T1 and T2, very similar. T3, fall off. T4, definitely does not look good. And so with me in exploring this technique, I found that it works on a whole bunch of different species of mushrooms. I've used it to clean up wild cultures of Ganoderma, your reishi mushrooms, Leitiporus, your chicken of the woods, your Pleurotus, your oyster mushrooms, your Erinaceans, your lion's manes. And I found that different mushrooms prefer getting isolations from different parts of the mushroom. For me, I found that Ganoderma, I get really good cultures from the pores. I've tried to take inner meat selections like you would with most mushrooms and not found a lot of success, but the pores tend to push out really good, strong, healthy mycelia. For chicken of the woods, I've found that the pores often contaminate, but if I go to the center near the base of the mushroom, I can get cultures started from there pretty easily. For oyster mushrooms, you can pretty much, wherever you can pull off a piece of mycelia, it'll grow. And then for lion's mane, you always want to try and dig as deep into the center of that mushroom as possible. Because of how porous lion's mane is, it's just like a giant ball that absorbs, it's like a sponge. And so, you know, if there's any sort of moisture, rain, water, it's going to absorb all of that. And guess what follows water? Bacteria. Guess where the bacteria is? On the outside, in the air, in the water, on the ground. And if it's on the mushroom and the water pushes it into the mushroom, then now it's in the mushroom too. So, you know, especially with lion's mane, I try to dig as deep as I possibly can, getting to the very, very, very center of the mushroom where it's probably the most sterile, and I have the greatest chance of success of getting some growth going that I can then put through this technique. Question? Yeah, in the context of your sampling locations for Ganoderma,
Sure.
the reading that I've done has suggested that particularly in the context of cloning, one will avoid places that are spore-bearing surfaces.
Sure. Correct.
Yeah, and that's totally fine, and I completely agree. If you're cloning, you definitely don't want to do it from the pores or from the gills or from anything like that. The question was, is it, if you're trying to clone mushrooms, you know, would it be an issue if you cloned from the gills or pores where the spores come out? And the answer is yes. If you are trying to clone something and get an exact replica, then yes, that definitely will happen. But at least for reishi mushroom, I've found that being able to get multiple layers of progeny and then using the technique in order to filter out what the good stuff is versus the not good stuff definitely helps me to get a good lineup of monoclonal cultures that I can then run together to find what's really going to be the slam dunk. You know, especially when you are growing something from the wild, it's trained to grow on a tree. It's not trained to grow in a bag. Not that it can't grow in the bag, but it's not trained to do that, right? It's used to getting a very specific type of nutrition provided by the environment that it's growing in. But as soon as you take it out of the wild and you put it in your lab, you're now God. Everything it is, you provide. If it doesn't get water, it's because you didn't give it. If it doesn't get food, it's because you didn't provide it, right? And so you're having to train this thing that's used to being in one space to live in another space, you know? It's like taking someone who's a carnivore and training them to be a vegan. On day one, it's not gonna look good, you know? But after enough time of doing it, it's possible, right? And so it's about, for me, at least when I'm getting stuff from the wild, I'll generally try and get a clone, maybe a clone, until I can get to a place where I can collect clean spores or get a spore sample. And then from there, the progeny from that mushroom, I can collect a bunch of different phenotypes, and out of those phenotypes, one of them is going to be a slam dunk, and I mean a slam dunk. But usually right out the gate, a clone straight out the woods doesn't really perform exceedingly well in a laboratory setting. I hope that maybe answers the question a little bit. And so what's great about this technique is a lot of people, when they're running away from contamination, it may take them, in their minds, 5, 7, 10, 20 plates. It can be a long time. If the sample was very heavily contaminated, you might be running for a while. And even then, you're selecting until you stop seeing the booger on your plate. But I've already told you there's a 97% chance that it's still there, and you just don't see it, right? So even if you're running away, you're not actually getting rid of it. You're just masking it until it gets to rear its ugly head later down the line. And so this technique is not only effective, but in 1 to 2 rounds, you can get completely clean cultures. So if you want to be super, super anal and you want to know for sure there's absolutely no chance there's bacteria, you do 2 rounds of this technique that's 97% effective, and you get a dangerously close number to 100% effective at removing all the stuff that you don't want. So, and what's great about this technique too is I can run 4 samples on a single plate. Oftentimes, you can't multiplex like that. You have to do 1 sample per plate. But with this, especially using this technique, I can run up to 5. So you have your 4 corners and then even 1 in the middle. So depending upon what you're trying to do and how you're trying to do it. And I've definitely found that it's generating stronger cultures. It's much more time and resource efficient. I'm not having to use 5, 6, 7, 10, 20 plates in order to clean up a culture and to know for a fact that it is wholly clean. And so my general workthrough of my workflow when I'm collecting something from outside in the woods, and I'm running it through this whole technique, is I will go and collect my sample, and I'll place it on a clean auger plate, and I will wait for it to kind of fluff up and to start to grow. I have, in the past, tried putting the sample directly into a cabin, but what I've found is that the process of going from fruiting body back to mycelia requires a lot of oxygen. Right? Mushrooms are not plants. They require oxygen in order to breathe. They do not produce their own food. They have to digest the environment around it, right? So if you put the culture directly, like a little sample directly into that cabin, what happens is that cabin, it eats up all the oxygen in the first day. And then after that, it's just sitting in this high CO2 environment, and it takes a really, really long time to grow out of it. Very, very, very long time. So, 2, 3, 4 weeks. So what I found is that essentially, quote unquote, germinating it, getting it to start producing that secondary mycelia on a plate first, and then putting it into the cabin gets me superior results, and I'm able to basically cut my time in half. So I start by generating some mycelia from my sample, and then I take that piece of mycelia, and I'll go ahead and put it into my first round of cabins. And I will either take this and move to the next step or repeat this a second time. But after doing it maybe twice, I then take selections from around the outsides of these cabins, and I will put them on another plate. And then from there, I will wait about 4 to 7 days and then check how quickly it's growing. And that gives me an easy way to see what is growing the fastest. And so in this example, these 3 kind of did the same, and this one clearly did more than the rest. But even this one is not a monoclonal genetic. It's not monoclonal. There's still subspecies even within this, even after 2 rounds of cabin sequestering. So I'll take this piece and then put it on multiple plates, and I'll notice that one of those plates outgrows all the others. And this is highly likely monoclonal, as opposed to here, here, or here. And so that's how I'm able to generate clean, healthy cultures using this technique without any sort of antibiotics, without any sort of fanciness. And I can do this entire process in as few as 2 plates, as many as 5. I mean, as many as you really want. But it's pretty efficient. It's pretty effective. And within about 2 to as much as 6 weeks, that's the upper end of the limit, I can go from the woods to a grow bag and be able to start commercially producing a mushroom that was found outside in nature. And 2 to 6 weeks may not seem like a short amount of time, but when you're considering if you're trying to run away from contamination the old-fashioned way by just picking a clean piece, putting it on a plate, picking a clean piece, putting it on a plate, every time you do that transfer, you're waiting 7 days. If you have 5 plates, that's 5 weeks. If you have 10 plates, that's 10 weeks. Right? So the numbers keep going up. The more plates you're trying to transfer from, and guess what? Yeah, there's still a 97% chance it's still contaminated. Yep. Yeah, so the question was, is putting it on the first auger plate a form of training the mycelia to grow in the environment that you're creating in the lab? And that's exactly correct. Yeah, it's a part of the process because it's never, it's never seen auger. Auger doesn't exist in a tree, right? All these other nutrients you put in the auger, dextrose being the monomer of cellulose, that's what the mushroom is going into the tree, taking the cellulose, breaking it down into dextrose. So if you're using dextrose as a sugar, as a nutrient, it's definitely seen that before, but it probably hasn't seen peptone or yeast extract or whatever other, light malt extract. There ain't no malt in the tree. So, there's, you're essentially having to train it to recognize, hey, you're in a new environment. There's new food here. It'd be like transplanting someone from one country and moving them to the other side of the world and giving them food that they've never eaten before, right? You would have to start by slowly introducing things and then changing the gut flora and then being able to ramp up to have a full meal diet. It's why a lot of people, when they go traveling and they eat food from other countries, they have a Montezuma's Revenge or what have you, whatever. So either way, did that answer your question? Cheers. And so here I've got a little video of me, and I'm going to go ahead and pass out these auger plates so people can see them. And I've got a little video of me kind of doing the technique. We'll see if it works. Maybe not. So here I'm just cleaning everything because that's really important. And then I'm preparing all of my plates. And now I'm sterilizing the tool in order to make sure that it's not contaminated. So you heat it up really hot, and it should definitely sizzle while it's on the plate. And so in making cabin sequestering plates, you need 2 plates. You need 1 plate to be your cover slip plate. And then you have the other plate that's your cabin plate. And for this example, I'm just doing 1. To make it really easy for people to see that it's super, super simple. And so here I'm just cutting the culture, being very careful to pick it up, and then place it directly into the center of the cabin without smearing it around the edges, without taking my tool and touching a bunch of stuff. Because you gotta remember, if your tool is clean and then you put it in something that is dirty, now your tool is dirty. Every place you put that tool, it's gonna carry that dirt with it. So you don't wanna move it around and wave it like a wand. You want it A to B, and that's it. And then once you place the cover slip, you go ahead and seal it up, and don't forget to label it. Don't forget to label it. It's almost like I've done that before. Nope. Okay. There might be another. Is there another one? Okay. No. I'm done with you. I'm done with you, Paul. Be gone. Okay. Let me see. I think this is my second video. There should be 2. Okay. So we're going to go through this, but this is with the multiplexing. That's what I call it. So with this, instead of making 1 hole, we're going to make 4 holes. And what's great is that you can run them all on the same plate. And so it makes it really easy that if you have a sample, that you can run multiple samples on 1 plate, which saves you a lot of time and energy. So instead of having to make, instead of having to have 5 auger plates for this technique, where you would have, 4 singles and 1 plate for cover slips, it makes it really incredibly easy to just run them all on the same plate. So, which saves you 3 extra auger plates that you don't need to make. And so one thing to note is as I'm placing these cover slips, I'm placing them over it. Notice that I'm not sliding the cover slip around. It's going immediately directly over the hole, and then I'm pressing on it gently to remove air bubbles. But you don't want to slide that cover slip around, because if there's any bacteria around the edge of that cover slip, and you're going to smear it all around that cabin, and then the cabin's not going to work. So really the technique is very simple, but the fine tuning is in how well you can take your sample, put it in the hole, and then take that cover slip and cover it without having to touch it or move it any more than what's absolutely necessary. Yes, question? Sure. So the question was, why didn't I re-sterilize the tool after collecting each individual sample? So in some cases, I actually do that. In this particular case, this culture that I started with produced really clean mycelia. I didn't see a whole bunch of goop. This was a Laetiporus cincinnatus that I collected up in Roswell, Roswell Mill Park. And the samples I collected produced beautiful, healthy mycelia. There was no fungal contamination on the plate, nor did I see a bacterial contamination on the plate. So I felt it safe enough to be able to resample using the tool multiple times from the same plate. You can see where the samples that I placed onto the plate were, and then you can see that I collected in between them. So I did not collect too close to the original sample just in case there was a contaminant there. I collected just a little bit away from it to help give myself a little bit of removal from that space. But if I am dealing with a very heavily contaminated plate, like it's nothing but soup and green, but there's a couple patches of white that I'm trying to isolate, then I will go ahead and sterilize in between each touching of the plate. Because if you touch it, the second you touch it, it's contaminated, right? And so, maybe you can get one clean piece, but the second you go and reach for another piece, the tool's already dirty, you're contaminating the next sample you're touching. And so, with the cover slips, I'm very careful not to touch the samples at all. Like, I will lay like a corner down, and then I kind of just drop it, and I move the tool out the way. So the tool never actually touches the mycelia. And so that's why, at least when I'm using the tweezers, I'm not re-sterilizing that constantly, because I've just gotten to a point where I can do the technique without risking contamination for that specific tool. But when using my little cutting tool and placing the samples into the cabins, I will sometimes, especially if the plate is heavily contaminated, I will definitely sterilize in between each use. And even when I am going from this first cabin plate to the next cabin plate, I will sometimes, especially if I still see contamination, like you'll see contaminants bubbling up around the edges of the cabin. You might see some bacteria, you might see some yeast. If you don't see it, you'll definitely smell it. You might see some other fungal culture growing around it. And at that point, especially if like these three are clean and this one's dirty, but I really want to collect something from here, then I will definitely sterilize before touching that and after touching that. I won't risk any of the other cultures. And if one of them's contaminated, I assume they're all contaminated. And I treat them with that same level of stringency and technique. I try to be very on it to dramatically improve my chances. This is all a lottery, right? Playing with mushrooms is different than plants in the way that with plants, you can really see what's happening. You can watch it form cotyledon on leaves. You can watch it grow into a plant. With mushrooms, you can't really see what's happening until it's already pretty far down in the process. And so you gotta just use probability to your advantage and to increase the probability of things working in your favor as much as you possibly can. And that's why this technique is so important, is because if you're just looking at it, I hope I've established is not good enough. It's 97% going to fail on you. And if it doesn't fail immediately, it will fail at some point in the future. It's just a matter of time. And if you're trying to be fancy and you got on some website or whatever, the Shroomery or something, and all these people are raging about, I've got all these antibiotics on my plate, trying to be a cool kid. That's great too, but that's already 15% effective, and that was after doing it twice. So, you've got a 85% chance it's still contaminated, and that's after doing the whole thing 2 times. So, it's like, why waste your time and your money to try and work with something that isn't working with you and is working against you? It's like showing up to a casino and playing the game that you only have a 5% chance of winning. You know, it's like you're definitely not going to hit the lottery there. You know, I'd rather take something that at least gives me 50-50 or better. And this technique is giving you 97%. So if when performed correctly, is giving you a 97% lead. So let's see. We'll go to the next one. Oh. Uh-oh. There we go. So in conclusion, there's no difference between the cabin sequestering technique with antibiotics or without antibiotics. So why use antibiotics? Why waste your money and your time and go through all the loopholes and the rigmarole of having to get a whole bunch of antibiotics and have people questioning why you're getting them and all that other stuff? Why go through that if you don't have to, right? And why stick to what everybody else has been doing when you can be the cool kid and do something no one's doing? Something that's also going to be, you know, a lot more effective than what they're doing. And they're going to sit there and brag about the mushrooms they grow until they see yours. And then they're going to be like, oh, okay, that's what this is how you really cultivate. I've been sleeping on it. So the technique is efficient. It's got a quick turnaround. It's very simple to perform. All you need is 2 agar plates. And honestly, what's very interesting is I've played with this technique enough that I am able to perform it with 1 agar plate. So if you take an agar plate and you split it up into 4s, like I was showing you in the video, if you go to the spaces in between those pieces, you can cut out a triangle-shaped wedge. And so you can do a 4-cabin plate with 1 agar plate. You can cut the cover slips from the negative space between each sample. And you would just do that before you place your sample in there. And so you can even do all of that with 1 plate if you really, really, really wanted. And I've done that many, many, many times. But for me, I like getting nice big roofs, cover slips to cover my cabins, because it tends to just make sure that it works better. But both work very effectively. I haven't really had any issues. And it has definitely taken my game to a whole nother level, especially when I love when I give other people my cultures and they start growing mushrooms from the stuff that I have, and they're like, oh my God, what's going on here? This is a whole new world for me. And it's like, yeah, well, you should try this technique on what you've got, and it'll get you right the same way it's gotten me right. So thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate you all being here. I'd like to give my acknowledgments to, you know, my family at the CDC, everybody here at Wild Heaven, and to all of you, because if you weren't here, why the hell would I stand here? So, you know, I'm very, very, very grateful, and especially to the original authors for coming up with this technique. I feel very lucky that I found it as early as I did, and I'm going to keep preaching it and try to get more people doing it. Until then, be prepared. If you have any questions, I might not know the answers, but I'll try. Thank you so much, y'all. Cheers. Questions? Yep. I can go back a slide. The substrates. Do substrates have to be stored at a specific temperature? The cabins? The cabins do not have to be stored at a specific temperature. You would treat it like you would any other culture. So, you know, if you want it to grow quickly, keep it out at room temperature. I generally don't recommend people heating plates because adding heat is chemistry, right? As soon as you add heat, you're adding energy to a system. When you add energy to a system, anything can receive that energy, not just what you want. Everything can. So I usually just keep it out at room temperature. If it's 70 degrees in the house, it's 70. If it's 75, it's 75. If it's 68, it's 68. I definitely don't put them in the fridge to grow the cabin because then that completely shuts down their system. You know, puts them in hibernation mode. Mushrooms are wild beings. They live outdoors. They're used to the wind, the rain, the hail, the sun, the heat, the cold. So, you know, they've got a life cycle for the whole thing. So I generally will keep them out and about until I am done with them, and then when I'm done with them, I can then put them in the fridge. I do recommend, though, that if you are going to store them in the fridge, I would make your agar plates 25 milliliters as opposed to 20 milliliters or less, because the 25 mil plates tend to last longer in the fridge. You will get a solid 6 months out of it and potentially up to a full year before that plate dries out and disintegrates. So something I learned while I was at CDC, and it's something I've carried with me ever since. And it doesn't sound like that 5 milliliters makes a difference, but it sure does. So you really do get some extra time out of it. And plus, when you're breaking it down and putting it in your bags, it's just a little bit of extra nutrition, a little bit of extra culture. It tends to just work a little bit better for me. So that's the reason why I do that. Any other questions? Yes? Okay, yeah, I'm here for it. Let's do it. Yeah, sure. Yep. Correct. Sure. Sure. No, not generally no, because it's all mycelia at that point. It's not fruiting on the plate, and when you put the selection inside of the cabin, you're making a high CO2 environment. So you're not inducing any sort of pinning or fruiting state to the mushroom. So it's staying in secondary mycelia mode, and so it's really just trying to. It's like, oh, I'm trapped. How do I grow? You know, like when a culture is in leaf litter, it's going to keep growing until it hits air. And that's essentially the same type of thought process you're doing here. By putting it in that cabin, you're forcing it to say, okay, now I've got to grow through this material. And so when you place the roof, and the roof is larger than the hole, so there's that overlap of the roof with these, around the edge. And if you press out all the air bubbles, and it has complete contact, then it still has to grow through that auger. And so it's not like it's somehow slipping in between. It still has to grow through. But I will sometimes also isolate samples from the very top of the roof itself. So I go for what looks good. If I like the way the roof looks, then I'll select from the roof, but making sure that I do not penetrate into the cabin. I will just go just a millimeter deep or less, just to scrape off the mycelia on the top and put that on another plate. Or if I like what's growing on the edges of the cabin, then I will select from the edges, but I try not to select too close to the edges of the cabin roof. I'll try and go like a couple millimeters at the closest away, just in case there might have been some contaminant that was smeared around. And if you're selecting just from that edge, there might still be something there. And really, all that boils down to the technique that you're using and how you're performing the technique. So, sometimes I get great luck and I do it perfectly and I don't have any issues. And other times, man, it's not pretty, and that's okay. We're all learning, so can't be perfect all the time. So the question is that when you're placing your sample in the cabin, can it touch the edges of the cabin and can it touch the roof? The short answer is yes, it can. The long answer is that if it's removed completely to some degree, it's not so far, because let's say you carve out a giant hole in the middle of the plate and you place a tiny little sample in the middle, nothing's gonna happen. But if the roof is touching it, then you at least got some chance. But let's say it's so small it doesn't even touch the roof, right? Like the selection isn't big enough, and then it can't, it can puff up and try and reach for the stars, and maybe it might touch something it can keep growing through. But what I like to do is I make it so that it's, if you make it the same size, what happens, and this is going to get a little technical, but the air gap on the bottom of the plate, as you are putting that plug, your sample in the hole, if it's the exact same size, the air that you're trapping has to escape. And so it's going to escape from around the edges of that sample. If you have bacteria on that sample, as you are squishing it into that hole, you are taking that bacteria and pushing it all the way to the very top. And so when you put that roof over the top of it, it's going to just end up being bacteria soup. So I like to have at least like a couple millimeters of space It can touch to some degree, and most oftentimes I will have it touching at least one wall. That way it has some contact with something. But generally, it will fluff up, and as it fluffs up, it can start reaching. It has a reach of, let's say, 2 to 3 millimeters, and that is enough reach for it to be able to touch the next surface that's going to be able to provide nutrition so that it can continue growing. Size of roof, what's the best size roof overlap? So it's up to your discretion. You can go as big as you want or as small as you want. I would say that bigger tends to be better, but also bigger means that it's going to take longer to grow through. So, but time would be the only function in that essence, except for if it's too small. If it's too small, the chances, your probability of carrying that contamination forward is significantly higher. And so, you know, there is a appropriate roof to size ratio. What I like to do and what they kind of recommended is you have at least a 0.5 centimeter overlap from the edge of the cabin to the edge of the roof. So you have maybe about yay space on all sides. And that's about enough of an overlap that you can avoid most of the issues. You know, if you put a giant roof on it, the only thing that you'll see it coming out the top before it ever comes out the sides. But what does come out is almost guaranteed to be pretty darn clean, because it had to grow through, if you put like a 2-inch ledge on it, then it has to grow through 2 inches of material in order for it to reach that other side. But that may take 30 days as opposed to 7 to 10. So, you know, that's where you kind of have to just play around with it. I would go bigger rather than smaller, but, you know, it's effective either way. It is a function of time at that point. Sure. 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 Yeah, I mean, that one is pretty hard. If you have issues with fungal contaminants, what I highly recommend is you watch that plate like a hawk. You watch it every day. You treat it like it's your baby, and you just keep an eye on it. Because, you know, Aspergillus niger, Trichoderma versicolor, very, very, very common contaminants in cultures. They grow very quickly. Cobweb mold, very fast, right? And so some of those things, like cobweb might be, or other types that can triple their size within a day, maybe a little, this technique may not be effective for those specific things. But then again, your sample's pretty much dead if it's infected with that anyway. But, you know, at least for Aspergillus and Trichoderma, generally it takes about the same amount of time to peek through the cabin that your culture does. But what ends up happening is you will see zone lines, distinct separation of the two types of mycelia because they are not compatible with each other. And if you know, this going back to the very, very, very beginning of the talk, if you know at least what you're looking for, then you know that what you don't want. And from there, it makes it a little bit easier to be like, okay, I've got two different types of mycelia. This one's pearly white, like my original culture. This one is an off-white, almost a gray. And this one has nice fluffy mycelia. This one has super dense mycelia. And as it's peeking through that auger, you can look at it and say, okay, there's a very high likelihood that this is probably a contamination, a fungal contamination. This one is probably my culture of interest. And anytime I notice that there's a contamination on my cabin plate, I always do it again. I always re-cabin. But I've never had to do the cabin more than twice. I've done it more than twice, but not seeing any more effectiveness in the results. It tends to be pretty much the same. Fungal contaminants do not cohabitate like like yeast or bacteria contaminations can. And yeah, yeast is a fungi, but it's different. So it's more fluid in the way that it interacts with its environment. And so you can smear that around just like you can bacteria and get similar results, at least as far as, you know, contaminants are concerned. But when dealing with Ascomyces and most Basidiomycetes that you're trying to run away from, you can usually tell the difference in the morphology of the mycelia and then be able to select away from it. And as long as it hasn't spored yet, which is why I encourage you to treat it like it's your child, and you just watch it like a hawk. Because, you know, before it turns a color, it's all mycelia, and you can run away from it. The second it turns a color, you've got problems. Not that you can't fix them, but it's just going to take more time. So I hope that answers your question. Yeah, no worries. That's what I'm here for. Any other questions? Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay. Much love, everybody. Sorry, what? Yeah, you know what's great about this festival is that we live stream it, and then we take the live streams and we chop them up into YouTube videos just so that you have access to this knowledge whenever you want to. And we do that for y'all because we love all of you so much. Do I put my journey of experimentation online? No, you know, I'm one of those guys that likes to hide in my little basement and just do the thing. This is my outreach. I may seem like a really strong extrovert, but inside, I am deeply introverted. I like to be at home on my couch with my wife and my dogs and my cat and occasionally my snakes. And I hang out. But this is my outreach to being in the public and to talking with people and sharing, you know, all this amazing knowledge that's coming around. And this technique, while it seems so simple, and it is, I mean, it's been almost 100 years since someone's come up with anything better. 2019 is brand spanking new. So, you know, the last major innovation was, you know, the first one was in 1937. Right? So it's been a long time since anything like really new has come around. And so as simple as this technique is, and that's why I encourage it, and I put up the DOIs. If you have access to Sci-Hub, if you've ever heard of Sci-Hub, Google what Sci-Hub is, and Sci-Hub can get you a lot of publications that you would have to pay for free. And so if you plug this information into Sci-Hub, you can have the original article for free. And you can go and learn all of this information directly from the scientist's mouth yourself. Yep. So, anything else? Thank you so much, everybody, for your time. I hope you had a great, thank you so much again. I really hoped you enjoyed this festival. It's nothing but love, and we appreciate y'all so much. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. So, much love. Keep cultivating. Thank you. And this concludes the festival. Amen. We did it.